Good morning. Welcome. I'm Dr. Deborah Montoya from Imperial County, SELPA, welcoming you this morning on a Monday for all things writing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. I know we still have some friends logging in across Zoom world, across the state of California, so we did wait a little bit. So thank you again for your participation. And we'll get started. Welcome to Imperial County, SELPA. We are here in Imperial County, SELPA, greeting you statewide as we work in this space, inclusion of all students with disabilities, and specifically our topic today, improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. We're very proud at Imperial County, SELPA to be able to provide these trainings, both locally and statewide, on behalf of the California Department of Education and the CCEE, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. We at Imperial County, SELPA include a small team, small but mighty, of 3 professionals. I am Dr. Deborah Montoya, the Senior Director at Imperial County, SELPA. My esteemed colleagues, Vanessa, Lopez, and Lupita, Olguin-Rubio. We are very proud to be able to provide this information and to assist and support our collective commitment statewide as we improve outcomes for English learners with disabilities. The varying topics of our sessions are, again, from pre-assessment all the way to pre-referral, reclassification, and today specifically writing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. Lupita, Olguin-Rubio, and Vanessa Lopez will be your main presenters. Some of you have met Lupita through our sessions today with her vast wealth of knowledge of 20 years plus as an EL coach, curriculum coordinator for the Imperial County Office of Education, now with our SELPA, who has assisted and supported districts and school districts and their respective school sites in all things development of curriculum, the use of the English language development standards, the California Common Core state standards, and she'll impart that knowledge with you here today as well. Vanessa Lopez, our third of our group. Vanessa Lopez having a wealth of information and knowledge in her 20-year plus experience as a special educator, both in the inclusive classrooms as well as a co-teacher, an EL coach, and all her knowledge in relation to special education and all things English language development. In her support of this work, we bring together our knowledge. We hope to emulate and model our collective practices as general educators and special educators. Myself, having been a school psychologist many years ago, a principal, a special education director for both an LEA school district, and then here at the county office before my role as a senior director. But we're especially proud to have an esteemed colleague with us, Kevin Schaefer, Director of Inclusive Practices for El Dorado County Office of Education, Riverside, and representing the California Department of Education and all the work that he does to ensure inclusivity statewide. Many of you have seen his sessions now for many years in his expertise in writing goals and objectives. We hope to layer our work today as we look from the lens of writing appropriate goals and objectives that are linguistically appropriate for English learners with disabilities. So today you'll hear from both Kevin, our staff here at ICOE, as we together work within the system of support. California has developed a system of support to assist you statewide at the district level, at the school site level, county office, SELPAs respectively and collectively as we continue to grow and learn and work together to ensure improved outcomes for all students across California. We definitely value your participation and we hope that you chat with us. I'll be monitoring the chat as well as my colleagues throughout today's session. We love to hear your knowledge, information, questions, wonderings, and reflections throughout today's session. So please do engage with us through the chat feature. To set our day up, do know that we know that Zoom fatigue is real and you will get a break every hour on the hour. So do know that those are coming up with lunch at 11:30. You'll have a full hour for lunch and then you'll have the rest of your afternoon. So our focus today is writing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives and all things that come in the building from the present levels of performance to truly understanding the baseline and needs of our students to the full development and exploration of linguistically appropriate goals. So we hope that you'll take away today reviewing the components of the IEP that support the development of appropriate linguistically goals and identifying the context that will shape your linguistically appropriate goals, and then have an opportunity to review a sample and perhaps write one of your own linguistically appropriate goals based on some scenarios that we'll share with you today. You do have everything in the Padlet. So in the chat box, you have the Padlet with all of the resources and then some. Then today you'll have first column, you'll find the presentation slides, followed by all of the resources that will be referenced upon throughout today's session. Please visit the Padlet regularly and do know you can remake and share that Padlet as you see appropriate. Those resources are free for you to use and reuse throughout your sites, your communities of practice, as you may use them to also re-engage and train others. Please note that our foundational document is the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities. This resource, developed by the California Department of Education and various experts who provided their knowledge and wealth of expertise and experiences to build the California Practitioner's Guide. The California Practitioner's Guide, as you'll hear throughout our sessions today, as well as our own knowledge and our past experiences, given again the state statutes, the federal mandates as related to IDEA, the standards, and again, effective practices from California. We recognize that we'll share best practices with you. Nevertheless, always be aware of what your local policies, procedures are within your respective SELPA, COE, and districts, respectively. So as we share today, through the lens of the California Practitioner's Guide, we land today in Section 3, Educational Programs and Instructional Strategies. As we explore the California Practitioner's Guide, we want to be clear. Whom are our students whom we serve? Our English learners and our English learners with disabilities. Our focus today is students who are English learners, who, yes, have a primary language other than English, and whom have already been identified through effective, culturally linguistically appropriate assessment practices that were valid and reliable, for which those students are students who are English learners with a disability within any of the 13 disability categories. Always remembering that each child is unique. Each child who is an English learner is unique in their respective individuality. And as we consider that each child, as English learners, have various and varied needs, as do our students with disabilities, and every child is an individual. So as we share scenarios and broad examples, always think back to whom are the students that you serve and think of the individual students who you serve, who for then you will develop effective linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. Because we all together firmly believe that each child is unique with unique needs, whom can develop at that child's potential given the resources and the supports necessary to do so. And with that, we uphold the federal and California laws. We ensure a free and appropriate public education for the students whom we serve. We develop educational programs that meet the students' needs while providing appropriately challenging, linguistically appropriate pedagogy to ensure that students are challenged while needs are being met, given the needs of that respective child in the least restrictive environment, because that is truly our push. With effective goals, we provide the supports unique to the students whom we serve. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started with Vanessa Lopez, and she'll be sharing as we look at this intersectionality of English language proficiency and students with disabilities. Thank you, Vanessa.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning. So as Debbie was mentioning, today we're looking specifically at the needs of students who are dually identified, meaning students who are English learners and who have qualified for services under one of the 13 distinct disability categories. So as we consider this intersection, I want to pose the following question for all of you. How does your multidisciplinary team address the needs of dually identified students in the IEP process? So as Debbie mentioned earlier, we are bound by federal and state laws that are respective of the needs of English learners and students with disabilities. So let's consider that as we move forward. As always, we want to provide you with an anchor, something for us to come back to as we consider some of the topics that we're going to cover today. So I present to you Armando. Keeping Armando in mind, I want us to start considering the key decisions of the IEP team as it relates to dually identified learners in the IEP process. So although there are a variety of responsibilities and decisions that need to be made by the IEP team, we recognize the specificity required when learning about English learners with a disability. So number one is, where is comprehensive ELD taking place? Lupita is going to take us into a deeper conversation around integrated and designated ELD, but know that comprehensive ELD is encompassing of the two, integrated and designated. Additionally, we want to consider primary language supports and resources, these that are being provided to the student, not only for assessment purposes, but also for instruction and in a variety of interactions with peers throughout the day. Additionally, what accessibility tools, whether they be universal tools, designated supports, or accommodations, that are being provided to the student to meet their individual needs as they relate to the needs of a dually identified students. Again, that dual lens, we're looking at disability category, manifestation of it, and English learner acquisition status, proficiency level, and needs for linguistic supports to provide adequate access. So here is Armando. I want you to keep the following points in mind as we continue our day together. Armando is a 5th grade student, has qualified for services by meeting eligibility criteria for specific learning disability, SLD. In his latest ELPAC, scored as an ELPAC level 2, is low in reading, is an English learner, struggles with writing, has slow vocabulary, is not making his AR goals, and goes to ELD exchange. Knowing those bits of information, does this tell us enough? And no, it's not a rhetorical question. Go ahead and drop your response in the chat. Does this tell us enough? It gives us some information, but it does not give us enough. Additionally, we want to consider the dimensions of identity. So the previous slide gave us some bullet points that gave us an understanding, a very basic, bare bones understanding of where Armando is, yet that is not enough. And one of the missing components there is the need to be culturally and linguistically responsive. And this is for all students, but specifically so for English learners with a disability. We want to consider culture, which includes different elements there as well: ethnicity, disability, race, sexuality, and gender. Considering all of these dimensions of identity allow us to get to the core of who our students are and to be able to create relationships with them that are culturally and linguistically responsive and sustaining. We want to ensure validation, affirmation, building, and making bridges for them. These tenets are presented in the principles included in the California English Learner Roadmap, which you'll see embedded throughout the California Practitioner's Guide for English learners with disabilities. So calling attention to the various dimensions of identity is also going to be incredibly important as we consider that jagged learning profile of our students. And later, Kevin will take us deeper into a consideration of UDL principles to address just a lot of variety in our learners and the way that they access content, represent information, and are able to consume information, as well as demonstrating language learning, academic learning, and mastery. As I mentioned earlier, the English Learner Roadmap policy is embedded throughout the California Practitioner's Guide, considering the 4 principles: assets-oriented and needs-responsive schools, also intellectual quality of instruction and meaningful access, as well as system conditions for student effectiveness, and finally, the alignment of academic across settings. The intersection of the Yale Roadmap and the California Practitioner's Guide also serves to model that intersection that we mentioned earlier between English language learner needs and the manifestation of the disability as it pertains to the eligibility criteria met per disability category. So when we're looking today at the Yale Roadmap, we're going to be focusing a little bit deeper into the contents of Principle 1, which is assets-oriented and needs-responsive schools. Element A talks about language and culture of English learners as assets. Understanding that there is no single EL profile, we are not monolithic. We're talking about inclusive and affirming school climates valuing and developing relationships between families and the schools, and also establishing a collaborative framework for English learners with disabilities, which are inclusive of valid assessment practices, IEPs that are culturally and linguistically inclusive, as well as leveraging expertise specific to English learners. And finally, academically goals that are linguistically appropriate. As mentioned earlier, all of these elements are woven throughout the 5 sections of the California Practitioner's Guide. Today, again, as Debbie mentioned, we're going to be focusing on Section 3, which is educational programs and instructional strategies, specifically goals and objectives that are linguistically appropriate. And of course, not forgetting that thread, the thread of educational benefit that we weave throughout, through providing access and then demonstrating educational benefit by keeping free and public education in mind, evaluation, IEP process, parent and student participation, the least restrictive environment, and those procedural safeguards. That thread of educational benefit is present throughout, and we hope to highlight that through line. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Kevin Schaefer, who is going to take it away.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. It's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure to be speaking with everyone in the audience as well as those online. As Vanessa mentioned, we are going to focus today on the integration of the ELD standards, ELD instruction, as well as the Common Core and the Universal Design for Learning as it relates to including students, ELs with disabilities, into our general education classes as appropriate when considering their disabilities, regardless of the severity of the disability. So what we've done is we've come up with kind of a frame of how today's presentation is going to go. So as you'll see, this is an educational benefit chart that you can download from the Padlet. So if you go onto the Padlet, you'll actually see this image. We have this image both in English and a Spanish version. And we've broken up the entire presentation throughout the day in these major components. So at the top of the chart, you'll see standards. We're talking about grade level standards. And one of the questions that we get as the Supporting Inclusive Practices team is, what about students with extensive support needs? What standards do we write our IEP goals to? So I just wanted to answer that question right off the bat. Grade level standards are applicable for all students within that age, that grade range. So we have to write our IEP goals in alignment with grade level standards for all students. So we're going to start today talking about the Common Core as well as the ELD standards and how they integrate, how you can use the ELD information as a way to then craft your Common Core aligned IEP goals to ensure that they're linguistically appropriate. So we'll start the day with standards. We'll give you a deeper dive into the ELD standards, and then we have a couple resources that I think you'll really like that are related to the Common Core and how you can visually see each of the Common Core standards as an integrated literacy model. So you can look at every single standard. It's color-coded so that you can task analyze the verb, the expressive component of the goal, or the standard, the executive functions, and how they're integrated among the reading, the writing, the speaking and listening, and the language standards. So it's an at a glance that if you're writing goals, you have a student that you would like to address a goal related to a standard, it's all right there for you, okay? That's one of the resources that we'll cover in this section. The other section, which is the question we get most often, what about students with extensive support needs? How do I write a goal aligned to grade level standards when they're 4 or 5 or 6 grade levels below? So we have a resource for you that you can then create an alignment of the goal with the standard as well as instructional examples and what that would look like in a least restrictive environment, general education classroom. So now we have general ed teachers talking about grade level standards. We have special education teachers really framing those standards for the levels of their students. Now we're creating collaborative opportunities for students with disabilities, extensive support needs in general education settings. So that's a lot. We're gonna start with the standards section across the top. Then we're gonna jump to the very bottom. How do we relate our instruction to those grade level standards? And that's what we're gonna talk about: integrated, designated, and universal design for learning. Universal Design for Learning, if you print this out, you can see at the very bottom, the application for students with disabilities in the Common Core is where Universal Design for Learning is mentioned as a framework for equity and accessibility. So let's think about that. It's mentioned in the application for students with disabilities. But before we go farther, I just want to make it clear, Universal Design for Learning is not only for students with disabilities. Universal Design for Learning is a Tier 1 universal support for all educators to implement as an access and equity framework or mindset to address potential barriers in the environment to open up accessibility and equity, okay? Then we're gonna get into the IEP process, which is that center color-coded section. So we're gonna talk about assessment for English language learners as well as students with disabilities, present levels of performance, identification of needs, goals and objectives, supports and services. So we're gonna take the whole day and walk you through this entire visual, okay? Standards, instruction, IEP development. This is when we get into educational benefit. And then on the back, or page 2, we've taken that exact same chart and we've framed it around family questions. What questions could family members ask at the IEP table or before? Or what questions even would an IEP team want to ask in the development of the IEP? Okay, so the back part is specific to those exact same components, but from a family perspective. So like I said, you can download this visual off of the Padlet, English version, Spanish version. Okay, so let's get started. So we're just gonna give you a really quick overview of this chart around standards. So our development of standards or connection to standards is that classroom instruction, our lesson planning, remember that's before any instruction has been delivered, and the IEP development of goals and the supports and services have to be aligned with those grade level standards. So to call it an IEP that is standards based, it has to be based on those grade level standards. It has to be aligned with grade level standards to encourage expert learners. And we'll talk about expert learners when we get into UDL. IEP development promotes independence. It promotes self-advocacy. It promotes self-determination. It's independence and interdependence within our classrooms. Literacy development. Competitive, integrated, family-sustaining employment, even at the preschool level. This is our focus post-secondary, and we have to ask ourselves, do our preschool programs, do our TK, our kindergarten programs align with this ultimate goal of education, developing students who are able to access competitive, integrated, family-sustaining employment, as well as the opportunity to attend a trade school or a college. And when I say college, it could be a 2-year associate's college or a 4-year residential program. So that's a big one. Did you know that California this year has its first 4-year college residential program for students with intellectual disabilities and developmental disabilities? So if you look up the UC Davis Redwood Seed Scholar Program, it's just finishing its first year. So again, we have to ask ourselves, do our programs, preschool on up, align and promote all of these characteristics that are necessary and needed for students to be successful living independently in a 4-year college program, to be self-determined? So really quickly before I hand it over to Lupita, when we look at the standards and the grade level standards, being that learning target that we are addressing in our IEP as well as our instructional design, we have to identify the age-appropriate grade level standard. That's what those resources are going to help you do today. We're going to determine the intent of the standard. What does the standard propose that the student will know and be able to do? And then describe what the standard entails, again, How are we going to determine or understand what the student is able to do? What if they don't speak English? What if they have expressive language processing difficulties? Okay, so that's going to open up through universal design for learning. And then finally, we're going to chunk the standard into the core skills. That's going to be that essential element component of one of the other resources that we'll show you at the end of this section. Okay? Lupita, you are up.
Evan. All right, folks. So up to this point, I think we're beginning to realize that there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to really being thoughtful and intentional in developing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives for dually identified students. So given that we are speaking about this very specific group of students, it's important for us to begin with the resources that are designed to help support our English learners. I'm getting a little feedback. Thank you. So on that note, let's kind of develop some common understanding, some common language, starting on the same page. So I'm going to ask you to think about this question. This comes from our California Practitioner's Guide. It's one of the frequently asked questions that every chapter has at the end of each chapter to help us start thinking about these considerations for English learners, dually identified students. So go ahead and drop in the chat the response to what you think is a response to this question. Must English language development goals be included in the IEP? So I'll give you a little bit of Zoom think time. Yes, no, I don't know. Would be completely appropriate as well. Okay. All right, so as you're pondering this question, we're going to move ahead and hopefully, again, our goal is to develop some common understanding, give you access and introduce you to some resources to help us be more thoughtful and more intentional in developing appropriate goals so that students can have access and have a further engagement with the Common Core standards. So the answer to this question is no. I often think that it's somewhat of a trick question, but again, it's going to help us again develop some common understanding. So the answer is no, because the purpose of an IEP goal is really to provide access and to support the related disability. So when we're referring to English learners with disability, the fact that they are an English learner does not contribute to their disability. So because of that, the answer is no. The IEP goal, however, must be linguistically appropriate, and how we determine what's appropriate for a dually identified student is to be able to know what he or she is able to do in their specific language proficiency level as described by the LPAC. So again, but this response gives us a lot of things to think about. I need to know what's linguistically appropriate, therefore I need to know the student's language proficiency level, therefore I need to know what LPAC is and what it does and how I can gather information from this assessment, and then how do the ELD standards support me being able to provide access to these students, and again, to be able to provide appropriate linguistic goals. So we're going to hear from one of the nation's leading experts in all things English learners and dually identified students. This is Dr. Alba Ortiz. And we're going to give her the floor for just a few minutes again to help us establish some common understanding and considerations for English learners with disabilities. So can we play the video?
The IEP for an English language learner looks very much like an IEP for any student, in that you are describing what the learning issues are, the disability classification that we're assigning, the kinds of instructional supports, technology, et cetera, that we're going to provide. But in most school districts, the IEP form that is filled out was designed for a monolingual English speaker. And so we have to think about how we can adapt the IEP to be sure that we address some components that are going to be crucial to the English language learner. When we set goals and objectives, are they native language or are they English goals? which teacher is going to be responsible for addressing which component of the IEP. So we have to address the role of the bilingual education teacher, the English as a second language teacher, the general education teacher, and how these various teachers are going to collaborate to make sure that there's some consistency and logic to the education that the student is receiving. We have to make sure that the recommendations that we make for instruction are consistent with what we know about language proficiency, cultural difference. So the IEP has to be linguistically and culturally relevant. And so it becomes important. That's why the expertise in the room becomes really important, because too many times the decision is made that the disability takes precedence. So the student is exited from a bilingual education program, for example, because people think they're going to be confused by dual language instruction. And so you get that conversation if you don't have expertise in the room that speaks to the importance of providing a strong native language base in order to ultimately help students acquire English. And then if you have a disability and the disability exists in your native language, trying to address the disability in the student's weaker language doesn't make sense. And you can't have those discussions if the IEP form is designed for students who speak one language.
Very important considerations when we're working in developing linguistically appropriate goals for our dually identified students. Again, lots of moving parts, and this is why it's absolutely instrumental that you have representation at the table of all the experts, all the adults that are working with the students to be able to give us information about what the student can do, what are the areas of need, how does the disability manifest itself in the classroom, and the language acquisition characteristics as well, and how do they intersect, right? Because to some degree there's an intersection, and also how do we provide the support for them separately. So again, coming back to developing linguistically appropriate IEP goals for English learners. So again, the goals are not ELD goals, however, they are linguistically appropriate, which means they must be aligned to the ELD standards, because we want a standards-based IEP for all of our students. That's how we're going to ensure that we're providing access, that we're providing a rich curriculum for all of our students that they deserve. So on that note, we're going to take a closer look at the ELD standards as one of our primary resources to help us do exactly that, to help us get a better understanding of the tools that are specifically designed for English learners. And in this case, how might we be able to use this information to better prepare us to be more intentional, more deliberate, and more effective in designing linguistically appropriate goals for our English learners with disabilities. So we're going to take a closer look at the ELD standards by using this graphic. So this graphic is a representation of both the key features of the ELD standards as well as the organization. And as you can see here, it's comprised of 3 parts. We're going to take a look at each part individually and then dig in just a little bit, again, to become familiar with the resources that are specifically designed to provide access and language acquisition support for all of our English learners, including English learners with disabilities. So let's dive right in. So let's begin with part 1. Part 1, all of these parts have a specific purpose and goal. And so these parts contain the ELD standards. And so as we walk through, I want you to think about the parts individually as we're beginning to get some deepen our understanding of the standards. But I also want you to think about how they relate and support each other. So let's begin with part 1. So the purpose of part 1 is for teachers to be able to use the ELD standards to design lessons that will allow students to interact with each other, with the teacher, using grade level appropriate text, so that, again, the goal is so that they can develop their literacy skills. listening, speaking, reading, and writing, which really means their receptive skills, understanding what they are listening to and reading, and their expressive skills, how they show what they know, their ability to be able to show what they know, what they're learning, right? Their writing skills and their oral language skills. So again, the purpose is for us to use the standards, Part 1 ELD standards, to design opportunities during our instruction to have students interact in meaningful ways using the language that they're learning, the new language forms and phrases that they're learning. So on that note, we're going to shift our attention to a deeper dive on the Part 1 ELD standards. So you'll notice a little icon on the corner of that slide deck. That is there to remind us that the resource that we're going to explore is in the Padlet, and you'll find it under the ELD standards column. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to access that. So this is what we're going to do, folks. For just a handful of minutes, we're going to give you an opportunity to become familiar with the Part 1 ELD standards. So please go to your Padlet, or I think we can also drop that particular resource in the chat box to just make it a little easier for you. So this particular document was created by LA Unified School District. So a shout out and a big thank you to them, because it's one of our favorite resources to use when we explore the ELD standards, because literally it's a one-pager per grade level of the ELD standards, rather than accessing them through chapter 3 of the actual document. So big shout out to them. So you're going to access that resource. It'll be dropped in the chat for you shortly. Once you access that resource, you'll take note that each page represents a specific grade. So I'm going to ask you to select a grade that is most relevant to you, a grade that you want to explore. So pick a grade, then pick a specific proficiency level. There are 3 levels up at the top. Pick one, and then read the standards vertically. So you're going to read down that one particular proficiency level. And as you're doing so, you'll start seeing how the ELD standards are organized by that one proficiency level for that particular grade. And you'll start to become more familiar with what it looks like and what kids are expected to do in terms of their literacy development, right? Listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and opportunities for them to interact for that one proficiency level. So we're going to put let's put about 4 minutes on the clock. Again, you're perusing through that one proficiency level for that one grade for Part 1. And Part 1 are these cool tone colors. Hopefully you had at least sufficient time to become familiar with what is in the text as far as the ELD standards goes for Part 1. And again, as a reminder, Part 1 ELD standards, the purpose of these standards are for us to be able to design opportunities for students to interact in meaningful ways with each other, with the teacher, using grade level appropriate text. And so hopefully you've seen that as you were perusing through the standards for the chosen grade level and the specific language proficiency level. So now let's take a look at Part 2. So similar to Part 1, Part 2 ELD standards are also designed in support of English learners, and in this case, the purpose of Part 2 ELD standards are to create opportunities for English learners to learn how English works for the purpose of meaning making. So again, when we look at the standards of Part 2, what you'll see is a very specific focus on the forms of English, the functions of English, and how text plays a key role in helping students learn how English works. So the purpose is to have students learn how English works by analyzing a variety of grade level appropriate text so that they can pull out different components of the language in the text and then in the process are building meaning. The goal of Part 2 ELD standards is to develop vocabulary, concept development, and also to really expand on the language to build upon the English language, and all with the focus of meaning making. So similar to our exploration of part 1, we're going to take just about 3 minutes to explore the standards for part 2. And these are the warm color standards in your document. And again, you can select the same grade level that you were looking at. You can select the same proficiency level or change it. It's up to you if you want to become familiar with a different level, a different grade level. And so we'll spend the next 3 minutes doing the same thing, becoming familiar with the Part 2 ELD standards. So we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. And again, as you're doing this, take note of what seems familiar to you. Perhaps you've seen these types of goals and purposes in observations, or maybe you design lessons with these purposes and goals in mind. And maybe what's new? What are some things that perhaps you're not observing or that you're not considering in your EL instruction? So again, 3 minutes on the clock, and we'll reconvene and move forward. Hopefully this very brief gift of time gave you an opportunity to become more familiar with the design of the ELD standards, what the ELD standards call for in their different parts, and hopefully you're beginning to see how important it is for them to be worked together in designing our lessons and delivering our instruction for our English learners. And on that note, I want to call attention to this double-headed arrow in the middle, in between parts 1 and part 2. It's very important for us to approach our use of the ELD standards, taking into consideration how these two parts, interacting in meaningful ways and learning about how English works, work together, work in concert to be able to provide comprehensive opportunities for English learners to learn about English, how it works, how it's used together, how it's connected and organized to build a meaning, and then practice, right? Practice providing opportunities for students to interact and really develop their linguistic abilities, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, using that newly learned language. So part 2 is what we teach, what students learn about the English language and how it works and how it builds meaning, so that they can interact and practice using that new learning through different opportunities as described in the Part 1 ELD standard. So Part 2 is what students learn. Part 1 is how they develop proficiency of their abilities, listening, speaking, reading, writing, of that newly learned language. So again, it's really important for us to weave our lessons using both Part 1 and Part 2 ELD standards together. And then I want to draw your attention down to the bottom of this graphic. These are the foundational, Part 3 ELD standards are the foundational literacy skills. It is not a separate set of standards. It doesn't have its own little bubbles, right? So these are actually your common core foundational literacy skills. Why they are in this graphic, what role they play in the ELD standards for English learners is really important, because foundational literacy skills is helping break the code, right? Helping students become literate in English. And so the key considerations in using the foundational literacy skills for English learners is really an emphasis on oral and written skills. We're really trying to gauge what students already know and understand about language, both in oral and in their written skills. Their primary language, right? Especially if their primary language is similar to English, for example, Spanish. I often refer to Spanish as a sister language to English because the code is almost identical. The sounds are very similar. And you know, the use of cognates, very, very similar languages. And so we can build on what students already know and understand about their language resources in their primary language. And we want to tap into that, right? So the goal, the purpose of the foundational literacy skills is to do exactly that, to build foundational literacy skills in English. And how we do that is by really building up oral and written skills, and first identifying what students already know and understand about English, and tapping into their primary language resources. How literate are you in your primary language? Are you a reader in your primary language? And if you are, then maybe I don't need to go too in-depth into, decoding. Maybe it's more about transferring those skills and really building, boosting up vocabulary and concept development as opposed to starting from scratch, because you're already literate, right? So again, these are the key considerations when we are focusing on part 3 of the ELD standards, which in essence are the foundational literacy skills and the Common Core standards. And the final component in this graphic that I want to call our attention to are the proficiency levels. So we have 3 identified proficiency levels: emerging, expanding, and bridging. But what I really want to call our attention to are the arrows before and after this progression, right? This progression of the proficiency levels. It's important for us to take into consideration that language acquisition, although it follows a sequence, it doesn't jump from one level to the other level immediately. There are opportunities, and we have seen that language progression for students who are learning English as a second language will further develop some skills, proficiency in some skills more quickly than other skills. Like perhaps you'll notice that you have students who are very proficient in their oral skills. However, they continue to need some extra support in their reading skills. And this is completely appropriate in terms of language acquisition, which takes us to this graphic. This graphic lives in our California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities, and it's adapted from the ELD standards. It is the general progression of English language acquisition, ELD continuum. And hopefully it reminds you of the arrows at the bottom of this graphic with the proficiency levels. And again, I want to call out how important it is, instrumental it is, to take into consideration the rich language resources that English learners bring to the table, whether they are some skills already developed in their second language, and more importantly, the language resources that they bring from their primary language. So primary language is an asset, and we absolutely can tap into it to build on and further learn that second language. So again, this figure further explains the different nuances and characteristics and the degrees of support that may be necessary for our English learners as they move along their language proficiency acquisition. And then again, a key note is that particularly for our English learners with a disability, again, similar to all English learners, you will notice that perhaps some of the abilities are going to be further advanced, higher in proficiency. Again, maybe their oral language is, they're a little bit more fluent in their oral language and needing further support in their reading skills, and that is completely appropriate. What we want to take note that it would not be a manifestation of the disability, rather very common, very appropriate language acquisition behaviors and characteristics. And on that note, I think we're hitting the hour mark, which is actually right spot on, good timing to take a short 5-minute break. So we've shared a lot of information with you up to this point, and I think this brain break, what I like to call it, as you kind of stand up, stretch, get a drink of water, refresh a little bit, it'll kind of allow you to really think about and let this information sink in. We're trying to really help you give you some time to process information during this little break, but also take care of you. So on that note, we're going to put 5 minutes on the timer. I appreciate a brain break every now and then. So we're going to round the corner on this section, everything ELD standards. So up to this point, we've walked you through the organization and key features of the ELD standards, gave you a little bit of time to kind of dig in and refamiliarize yourself, or perhaps it was the first time that you explored the ELD standards by each of its parts. And here we are really thinking about, now that we know, or at least are more familiar with what kids are being asked to do and how it supports English language development as well as access, right? And that we're developing the different skills that pertain to learning across the content areas. We're going to take some time to apply that knowledge to Armando. Remember, Vanessa introduced Armando to us earlier this morning, so we're going to revisit Armando's profile. So what do we know about Armando? We know that he's an LPAC level 2, which translates into the expanding level of proficiency as per the ELD standards. And we also know that he's low in reading. Granted, it doesn't give us a whole lot of information yet, but as we are becoming familiar with the ELD standards, the information on his profile will allow us at least to begin to be more intentional in designing instruction and identifying what types of linguistic supports he needs so that we can be very specific with identifying them in his IEP through the linguistically appropriate goals. So because we know he's low in reading, we're going to take a look at Standard 6, which is highlighted here on the left side of the slide. Standard 6 focuses on reading and viewing closely. Of the 5th grade, so he's a 5th grader, so these are the 5th grade ELD standards. And we're going to take a look at the expanding level because he is a level 2. And so it's completely appropriate for us to focus on that middle column expanding level. And so I took the liberty of highlighting some key words and phrases that are going to be important for us, again, to be more intentional about what we teach and how we support Armando, given that we know he needs some extra support in reading. So the expanding level Standard 6 and the ELD standards tells us that students should be able to explain their ideas, phenomena, procedures. So this word explain means they need the language used specifically to be able to explain, right? So I need to be thinking about what might that look like? What are some of the words and phrases that are going to help Armando at this level explain? So I'm starting to think about what he is being asked to do. And then the resources that are being used is based on close reading and viewing. So it's not only written text, but it's also perhaps taking a look at graphics, taking a look at pictocharts, just information where he's able to derive resources where he's able to derive information. That doesn't necessarily have to be 100% text. So it's important for us to take note of this, right? And then another key phrase here is with moderate support. So again, folks, the more familiar we are with the way the ELD standards are written, the more prepared, the more intentional, and the more effective we are going to be in designing both instruction and supports for our English learners. So with moderate support tells me that I have to build in some support so that Armando can explain using text and or viewing text. So again, just wanting to call out these things as we're becoming more familiar with the ELD standards. So let's take another look at another facet of Armando's profile. In this case, we also know that he's struggling with writing. So we're going to look at a different component of the ELD standards. This time we're looking at standard number 2 for his grade level. We're still looking at the expanding level. And what does standard 2 tells us? It tells us that in the area of writing, Armando is going to collaborate with his peers on joint writing. Yep, he's not going to do it solo, right? So by design, this particular standard for English learners describes joint writing, collaborating with his peers, right? And here's another little note here, using technology. So again, thinking about, okay, he struggles with writing, so he's going to have this built-in support with his peers, right? Which I always say is the number one support is each other. Students are each other's number one support. And then using technology. So I need to be thinking about, okay, what technology do I already use? How do I know it works for Armando? Or do I use technology? Or what does technology mean, right? What does it mean and what could it look like for Armando? And then finally, one more thing that I want us to pay attention to is the fact that he has a low vocabulary. So again, we're going to take a look now at part 2 of ELD standards, which is learning how English works, because that's where the goal of building vocabulary is. So here we're looking at specifically standard number 4 that calls for teaching and introducing noun and noun phrases, again, for meaning making. And in this particular standard, I took the liberty of kind of giving us some examples of what that would look like. So he's going to be able to expand on noun phrases to enrich the meaning of his sentences and adding details. And in this particular case, he's using comparative adjectives, and so words such as smaller, highest, right? So being descriptive and using these types of words to build his vocabulary and in essence build his knowledge of language. So again, becoming familiar with the ELD standards will give us an opportunity to really be intentional and deliberate and more effective in designing and delivering and creating goals for English learners with disabilities that will help them not only access the core curriculum, but also more effectively develop their literacy skills, again, taking into consideration their disability-related needs as well, without compromising supporting language acquisition. So one more feature of the ELD standards that I want us to pay close attention to, because this is where we begin to build that bridge between the ELD standards and the Common Core standards, which already exists, by the way. We're not building it, it's already there. We're just calling our attention to it. So there is a direct standard correspondence between ELD and ELA. It's not a más o menos match, it is a direct match. And how the ELD standards are organized facilitates the user, the practitioners, ourselves, in being very clear and intentional about why it's so important to use the ELD standards for English learners, in that they are specifically designed to support the Common Core literacy standards. We don't have to guess. We don't have to try and figure out which standards support, which ELD standards support which ELA standards, because the document itself, the way that it was created, so thoughtfully created, that it calls out which specific ELA literacy standards correspond to the ELD standards on that particular page. So in this case, I want to call your attention to the ELD standards, and these are the ones that we're reading horizontally, right? In this case, we're looking at Standard 6, reading and viewing closely. The yellow arrow at the bottom represents degrees of support or degrees of scaffolding. So at the emerging level, we have that plus sign because students are going to need more support. And as you move along and the progression of English language development, you see that minus symbol, which means less support, but support nonetheless. So that Standard 6, number 6, right in the middle of the page, is the reading and viewing closely standard, ELD standard. And we draw our attention to the left side of this document, and that pink arrow is pointing to a number 6. So that number 6 on the white column of the ELD standards are the reading literacy and reading informational text standards, your Common Core standards. So there's a correct correlation, direct correspondence. What does that mean? It basically means, folks, that when I'm designing instruction, lessons, support, goals, using the ELD standards as a guide, I am also providing access to the Common Core standards for our students, because these standards, the Common Core standards on the white column, are a direct correlation to the standards on the left side of this resource. By design, they are created to support each other so that our English learners have access both to language acquisition opportunities through designated ELD instruction and opportunities to have access to the content areas across the disciplines through integrated ELD, We don't have to figure it out. We don't have to try and figure out which standards support which standards because by design, they were already created that way. So on that note, I'm going to hand it back to Kevin, who's going to take us on a deeper dive of the Common Core standards. And I want you to take this information with you, knowing that the ELD standards, again, by design, are organized to develop language acquisition and to develop literacy skills and direct correspondence with the Common Core standards. So they are merged together, and Kevin's going to walk us through that.
Thank you, Lupita. So in the design of this presentation, it's exactly what Lupita said. We went back and forth as a team to decide whether or not we were going to start big picture with the Common Core or start very specifically with the ELD standards with Armando as our case study. We decided to do exactly the same process that you would follow. So what we've done so far, Lupita just gave us a lot of information around the ELD standards and information on how to collect ELD levels and make that connection to the ELD standards. Now what we're going to do is that exact bridge that Lupita talked about from the ELD standards into that column on the left, that white column. So what you're doing is you're creating your context around the ELD levels and standards, and then you're going to loop back to the referenced Common Core standards that are in that left column. In order to do that, we thought we would go back and just look at how the Common Core are organized to create further context to how you can bridge from the ELD standards to the Common Core. So the resource that we will be talking about is on your Padlet. But we're going to take a step back a little bit, and we're going to talk about the very specific types of standards that are contained within the Common Core. The first vocabulary word is anchor standards. And the anchor standards are exactly the same for all grade levels within each of the content areas. So for reading informational text and reading literature standards, the anchor standards are exactly what all students, the umbrella standards for all students to ensure that they're moving in a direction that they're being prepared for college and career. Okay, so anchor standards is the first. Anchor standards for reading, anchor standards for writing, anchor standards for speaking and listening, anchor standards for language are all the same within that content area for all grade levels. Okay? So this is what they look like for reading. So I'll just give you a second to read through. The key ideas and details has 3 anchor standards. Craft and structure has 3 anchor standards. Integration of knowledge and ideas, 3 anchor standards. And then the range of reading and level of text complexity has 1 anchor standard. These are all the same for all grade levels in reading. So I'll just give you a minute to review. In order to be college and career ready, these are the anchor standards for all students within each content area. Okay, these are the umbrella standards, and we're going to focus on anchor standard number 1 in reading. It says, read closely to determine what the text says explicitly and to make logical inferences from it. Cite specific textual evidence when writing or speaking to support conclusions drawn from the text. So the next few slides are going to take that anchor standard and it's going to define it through all grade levels K-12. Okay? So this is that anchor standard for TKK. This is that anchor standard, what it would look like for first grade. And I want you to put in the chat or just kind of keep notes. How are these grade-specific standards building on each other? What is the alignment? What is the foundation from which each grade level springs into the next? Here's second grade. Compare back up to first grade. Let's move forward to third grade. Here's fourth grade. And finally, fifth grade. Before we move into 6th through 12th grade, I want you to consider everything that Lupita had demonstrated earlier, addressed earlier through the English language development standards and instruction. What are the implications here? Students have to ask. Students have to answer. Students have to quote. Students have to refer. What are the implications? So one thing I want to draw your attention to is that the verb in your standards is critical because the verb shows action. It means the students have to do something. They have to demonstrate their level of knowledge. It could be through oral language. It could be through gesturing. It could be through assistive technology. My first go-to when I look at a standard is the verb. What do students have to do? And then how am I going to define that based on what I know about the student? Their English language acquisition level, their language processing level, is it expressive, is it receptive? I'm asking myself all of these questions when I start with the ELD and move into the Common Core. Okay, so remember Armando? Vanessa introduced us to Armando. We're actually going to take you through one of those Common Core standards that are referenced in the documents that Lupita showed us. And this is the one that we chose. We know that Armando is 5th grade. So we chose the Reading Informational Text, 5th grade, Standard 1. And we're going to take you through these reference documents. Okay, but let's continue on 6th through 12th grade and see how this Reading Informational Text grade-specific standard looks in the upper grades. Try to make the connection, how they build. Now for the first time, we're citing. What does citing mean? How do you define it? And what does that then look like through what we know about Armando as he goes through the grade levels, as we're developing their IEPs, as we're demonstrating progress through the ELPAC. Here's 8th grade. 9th grade. And 10th grade. Sorry, 11th and 12th. So in the chat or on your reflection, whatever you're taking reflections on, what are the connections through the grade-specific standards? So there are 10 grade-specific standards within each of the content levels that are all based on an anchor standard that is demonstrative of students who are college and career ready. Okay, so this is just a structural conversation that we're having around the Common Core. So just know that if there are references in those ELD documents that reference writing standards, know that there are anchor standards for writing and that they build across all of those 10 different grade-specific standards. Okay, so here's Armando. This is the exact grade-specific standard that we had referenced in the previous document, or the previous slides. So what do we look at? How do we define a grade level standard? What questions do we have to ask ourselves? I said earlier, go to the verb, start with the verb. So we ask ourselves, that verb of quote, how would Armando quote? What supports would he need? What academic or what accommodations would he need? What modality through which he will express or quote? We're going to look at the other verbs within the standard. Through what modality will he explain? What does that mean in it's a really general term, right? We are defining the Common Core standards through what we know and we've learned about Armando. Okay? There's another component of it. Oh, what accommodations will be necessary to support students both expressively and receptively with explaining? What do they have in front of them? What's the level of text? Is the text of interest in order for students to explain? Then how will they orally express themselves? What accommodations would they need? We also have another component of this standard, drawing inferences. That is a high-level thinking skill. How will we support Armando in drawing inferences from what he has read? Okay, so what are the accommodations necessary to support students in their drawing of interests? So I'd like to just give you 2 minutes. What we know so far about Armando, how would you just kind of give a descriptor of what this grade-specific standard would look like as we are taking this information and developing our grade level aligned goal? This gives us tons of information on how we craft that under what conditions component of the goal. Given what? What will Armando need in order to demonstrate mastery? Doug, just give you a minute. Frame this standard around what we know about Armando. So I hope everyone sees that alignment that Lupita had talked about, that if you have in front of you on your desk the LD components of the standards based on the LPAC assessment information, as well as the resources that will show you, you've got everything in front of you to develop linguistically appropriate goals that are aligned to grade level standards. So stay tuned, because what we're going to get to is that by analyzing the grade level standards in this way, this will tell you what those under what conditions or given what of the IEP goal development is, and then how to first support deeply at the onset of the IEP, and then fade away those supports as the students become more proficient and independent. Okay, so hang on, coming. So another structural component of the Common Core is there are 2 different types of standards to be aware of. And they are very specific in how we can provide support and accommodations to students. The first is some of them are content standards, which means they can demonstrate proficiency in any way. The actual skill is not defined. So these standards, like when we say explain, we can offer students many choices, many accommodations, many supports in order to demonstrate their level of understanding and knowledge. Okay, so our content standards, students have options in how they learn the information, they have choices in how they'll engage in the information, they have choices in how they demonstrate their learning. Okay, teachers can be flexible in the way they present the information, options for ways that they can engage students. What if Armando is disinterested in whatever we're studying? What if we were to provide text that was in an area of interest for Armando? We're going to get more valid and reliable information on what he can truly do rather than being checked out. Flexible methods of expression and assessment. So an example of a content standard is explain the function of phrases and clauses in general and their function in specific sentences. Like I said, that verb opens it up. So another verb would be demonstrate. Students demonstrate in many different ways. So the verbs in the standards are critical in telling us whether or not it's a content standard or a method standard. The method is very specific in how students have to demonstrate the skill. They have to complete the task in a very specific way. So if I say, students explain, do it any way they want. If I say read, students got to read, right? That's the skill that we're assessing. So teachers still have flexibility, though, in the way they present the lesson content, and they can scaffold the information in order to glean the true level of knowledge of what the students are able to do. An example is write arguments to support claims in an analysis of substantive topics or texts, using valid reasoning and relevant sufficient evidence. See the difference in those two standards. Students explain, students write, students read. Okay? You go through those standards and you can directly pick out which are the content and which are the method. Okay? So that brings us to the resource that I talked about earlier. I created this resource. You can see the my title was at West Ed. So I created this document actually for myself because I'm a visual learner. I need to see everything in front of me in a context. And then, I don't know, I showed it to a couple of people and they're like, you should really just make this something that you use when you do presentations. I haven't presented on it for a little while, but it's an oldie but goodie. So this is the color-coded resource that demonstrates the integrated literacy model on which the Common Core are developed. So the purpose, it is an at-a-glance visual representation. You'll notice I called out the verbs within that integrated literacy model. You can see the color of the verbs. You can see the color of the executive functions. I've called out the prompting expectations, as well as each of the different content areas for the standards. There's also a collection of resources at the beginning, like depth of knowledge, universal design for learning, et cetera, communicative competence. It's a means to plan and align instruction and assessment on depth of knowledge, as well as universal design for learning, and a tool by which IEP goals and objectives can be individualized, okay? So let's get into it. So it's actually in the preface of this document, and it defines what an integrated model of literacy is. So go ahead and read that to yourself to give you a level of foundation of where we're headed with this resource. So as we go through this, I want you to think about everything Lupita had talked about with the ELD standards and that integration of listening and speaking and oral and written information. So as we go through the document, you will see all the various colors pop out to you. In gray, it's the expressive language. It's the verbs. So I can see immediately what is that action, and is it a content or method standard? In red are all of the executive functioning expectations of students, those higher level thinking skills like prioritizing, planning, organizing. And then we get into the 4 content areas. And this is where the integration comes into play. Anything in that lime green color is a reading expectation. That reading expectation can show up in the writing standards. That reading expectation shows up in the speaking and listening standards. Anything in light blue is writing. You will see writing in your language. You will see writing in your reading. That's where the integrated model comes into play. Anything pink or fuchsia is speaking and listening. And then anything yellow is related to the language content areas. Okay, so keep those colors in mind. I'll keep bringing this slide back up to remind you what the colors refer to. So this is an example of the K-5 reading foundational standards. Now, Lupita, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard you say that the ELD reading foundational standards, K5, are exactly the same as the reading foundational standards, K5, in the Common Core.
That is correct.
Okay, so she also mentioned that there are oral, speaking, and written reading expectations of the text. So when we look at the reading foundation standards, K5, immediately what you notice is fuchsia, speaking and listening. Look at all the fuchsia in those reading standards. Green, that's a reading expectation. So it's called out exactly what the skill, what the verb is within those foundational standards. So I'll just give you a second. I'm going to keep giving you some time to process because I know it's a lot. So you'll notice that some of the verbs are in green and it says read. Is that a content standard or is that a methods standard? You can enter in the chat. If the verb says read, is it a content or a methods standard? What are we getting? Method standard, yes. So my job as the instructional designer, the IEP goal designer, is to figure out what level of text, what text is of interest. How will Armando access the text and then demonstrate that verb, that action that the goal says will demonstrate what he knows and is able to do. Okay? So this is just the reading foundation standards. I put a couple other examples of bird's eye view. So even if you can't read, I can't read the text from here, but I do know that this is the reading standard for literature, K5. Look at all the colors that pop out. Look at the verbs in gray. Look at the executive functioning expectations in red. Look at the specific reading expectations in green. And I called out standard 8 because standard 8 only applies to informational text. Look at the fuchsia, speaking and listening. And even in the reading standards, literature K5, I see some blue. Students are going to have to write. So now I'm task analyzing each one of those standards to determine what the true expectation is and how that expectation applies not only to my classroom instruction, but also to Armando and what we know about Armando. And then you'll see the language in yellow. Okay, so let's, I think I put a, yeah. So this is a 6th through 12th grade writing standard. Writing contains tons of executive functioning and how you sequence your writing, how you plan your writing. So you're going to see a lot of red pop out. You see very specific expectations for writing in blue. You'll see green down at standard number 6. Tells me that they're going to have to read something. And that changes. Is it literature or is it informational text? So your reading is integrated within your writing. So let's go a little bit deeper. This is a reading standard for literature, grade 3, standard 5. So it's a reading standard. Let's look at it specifically. Refer to parts of stories, dramas, and poems when writing or speaking about a text. Using terms such as chapter, scene, and stanza, describe how each successive part builds on earlier sections. So you can see where writing shows up, you can see where speaking shows up, you can see that our verbs are refer and describe, and then that higher order thinking skill is builds on earlier sections. So this begs a number of questions, both instructionally and within our goal development. So when we take what we know about Armando through what Lupita had talked about, and we put that within our frame of the Common Core, guess what? We are creating linguistically appropriate goals. Okay? So ask yourselves, what are the implications for Armando just based on what we know on this grade level? This is a third grade. We want Armando's to be fifth grade, but just think in terms of an English learner that you work with. Okay? Here's a writing fifth grade standard. It's fifth grade standard 9. So even though it's writing, I see green. What does that green tell me? It says they will be provided literary and informational texts or informational text, and then standard A within standard 9 is apply grade 5 reading standards to literature, B, apply grade 5 reading standards to informational text. So it's separating out the types of reading. What are the implications?
Kevin, I want to interject very
Please do.
quickly and just to bring us back to Armando's profile, where I highlighted writing. He was low in writing. And when we spent a little bit of time looking at the writing ELD standard and how it is going to play a role in developing that skill for Armando, clearly indicated that there were opportunities for to work collaboratively with his peers and create a joint writing product, right?
Mhm.
So I just wanted to bring folks back to that even what we see here is the Common Core standard for writing. And in the case of Armando and all of our English learners, the ELD standards play a critical role in providing access to this standard in that the scaffold is built into the standard itself. In this case specifically, the support of a collaborative piece of work, of writing created jointly with his peers, which creates relevance and motivation and all the things we know are half the battle.
And that's such a great connector between what we saw in those ELD standards and then how it's actually evidenced right here. Okay, so we're talking about linguistically appropriate goals. We haven't gotten to the goal part yet. We're still talking about ELD standards. We're talking about the importance of Common Core, how they're designed, how they're structured to actually implicate our instructional design as well as our IEP development so that it is all within alignment. Okay, speaking and listening. This is a 7th grade standard. You can see there's oral expectations. Students have to explain. What does explanation mean? They're provided text. What is that text for the students that we're designing for? This is one of my favorites. This is an 11th and 12th grade language standard number 10. So it's the very last standard on the bottom all the way to the right. You can see that this is where college and career readiness comes into play. Standard 9, Standard 10 in grades 11 and 12 both refer to college and career readiness in all of the content areas. This is the culmination. You will see alignment with the anchor standards here because the anchor standards are all related to college and career readiness. That is our ultimate goal as educators. So we see reading, we see writing, speaking, and listening for college and career readiness, and they need to demonstrate a level of independence. What does that look like? How do we scaffold independence back to provide deep level of accommodations initially, and then through the course of that IEP, what we're doing is we're pulling back those deep level accommodations to create independence. Decrease supports appropriately, increase independence. From preschool through 12th grade, post-secondary to support this. Okay? So here's Armando. This is the reading informational text, grade 5, number 1, that is listed in the white column in those ELD standards that Lupita had talked about. So we know he has to quote, we know he has to explain, and we know he has to draw inferences. If this is the standard we're teaching, or if this is the standard that we're going to utilize in our goal development. Okay, so to keep thinking about Armando. So I'm going to give you some time. I want you to look through the document. The actual document, I don't think I put it here. Yeah, so the actual document is K5. Well, there's the resources at the very beginning, and then it's K5. And it starts with reading literature, reading informational text, writing, speaking and listening, and language. And then the second component within that document is 6th through 12th. Reading literature, reading informational text, writing, speaking and listening, and language. So I want you to go into the document, and I want you to find a strand. Reading, writing, whatever works. For a grade level that you work with, and I want you to track across to see what those expectations are within that strand. Go across if you want to see different grade levels. Go down if you want to see one specific grade level. Okay? So across the top is grades. Down the side are the different standards, 1 through 10. I want you to ask yourself the questions. How do skills build on each other from grade level to grade level and standard to standard? What expressive and receptive skills are expected within each one? And what are the implications of integrated literacy model of the Common Core for ELs with disabilities? Okay, so now we're framing the students that we're talking about today within the Common Core. All right, hopefully you had enough time to look over the ELD Integrated Model of Literacy resource. On your Padlet, we did the exact same thing with all of the math standards, K through 12. So in that Common Core color-coded column on your Padlet, you'll see the very first document is this ELA, Integrated Model of Literacy with all 12 grade levels. And then below that, you will see individual grade level documents for kindergarten through 12th grade. They're not as exciting. You see a lot of executive functioning. You see a couple references to reading and writing within the math standards. Those are all called out. But one of the kind of lights that went on for me, what are the implications of integrated literacy model of the Common Core? The more you are able to understand how the Common Core are structured, if I'm looking for a goal, a standard to align a goal in reading, I might refer to the writing standards. Wouldn't that be interesting to be able to really reference the exact same standard for different skills in reading and writing? Or I might go to the language content standards if I'm looking to create a goal around reading or writing or speaking and listening. I might go to the speaking and listening standards for a reading goal. So it allows you more flexibility and more specificity the more you know about the structure. Okay? All right. So Lupita, we're going to loop back around. So if you just want to start us off, get us back focused on Armando, on the ELD standards, and then now we're making that bridge.
Yes, so going back to this graphic, and again, I want to call out the fact that in this particular slide, we are really looking at standards in the part 1, which the purpose of standards in part 1 is to design opportunities for students to engage, work collaboratively, interact with each other, with the teachers, with text. And it's important to remember that, to remember the purpose and the goal. And the goal by having students engage in lessons and activities around these standards is so that they can further develop their literacy skill, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So the yellow arrow on the white column represents the Common Core standards that this ELD standard is corresponding to, is aligned to, supports. So again, let's revisit the highlighted area, the underlined area. So for standard 6 for Armando, we want to make sure that he is going to be able to explain his ideas, his understanding, right, based on what he's reading or viewing, And what's important again to note here is that he is going to need some moderate support given that he's at the LPAC level 2, which corresponds to the expanding level of the ELD standards. And our focus here, although is the ELD standard 6 specifically, it's important to recognize the direct correlation correspondence with the Common Core standards so that we don't lose sight of how deliberate the design of the ELD standards in relationship to the Common Core standards is. So I think with that, I'm going to hand it back to Kevin to walk us through that lens of the corresponding ELA, ELD standard.
So here comes the bridge.
Standard.
So for all those Common Cores that are listed in that white column on the left, we pulled them out because we wanted you to actually see what those standards said. Okay? So all those standards that are listed are going to come up next. Reminder of the colors: gray, red, green, blue, pink, yellow. Okay, so referenced all of the reading literature and the reading informational. There they are. It referenced speaking and listening, 5.2, 5.3. There they are. So you're referring back to what Lupita just said on the priorities within those ELD standards, and then how they relate back. Here's what they all say. Here's language 5.3, language 5.4, and language 5.6. These are all the standards that Lupita mentioned. I'll give you 2 minutes just to kind of read through these and relate them back to the previous document. Look for the correlation. So the ELD standards just narrowed my focus on those specific Common Core standards that I can use in instruction and to develop my IEP goals. And it could be in any one of these. Okay? If you see any connections, love to hear about it in the chat. Any ahas, any uh-ohs, make it in the chat. Okay, so back to Armando. Lupita?
So back to Armando. We're still in the part 2 ELD standards, although now we're really focusing on writing. And in this case, the corresponding ELA standards are the writing standard 6, the language standard 1, 3, and 6. So these set of Common Core standards on the white column have a direct correspondence to number 2 ELD standards in the expanding level. And again, we're going to highlight what it is that we're asking Armando to do using the standard. He's going to collaborate with his peers to create a joint writing project using technology. And with that, we're going to take a closer look at what does that look like in the Common Core standards.
Well, I love the use of the same language. I see informational and literary text. That takes me right back to what is his need? Do we start with informational text and then move into literary text, or vice versa? How does he learn best? How can we engage Armando to then pull back that level of engagement and still make sure that he has a self-regulation to read and be successful with texts he might not be as interested in? So we're looking for collaborate with peers on joint writing. We're looking for technology. Now let's look at those very specific Common Core standards that were called out. So there was writing 5.6, collaborate with others, I see that. Language 5.1. Language 5.3. And language 5.6. See if you can find the connections. I am now narrowly focused on writing and language standards. And they're at my fingertips. And they're already task analyzed for me. So take a minute or two, read through these standards, make the connection. And then let's look at the last one, Lupita.
So we're taking a look at standard in part 2. In this case, we're looking specifically at standard number 4, where we're taking a closer look at the different forms of English to help support meaning making. And the direct correlation standards, Common Core standards, are the writing standard 5, speaking listening standard 6, and the language standard 1, 3, and 6, 6, which you'll recall are also part of the writing standard. They all build upon each other and interconnect deliberately.
Yep. So here's reading 5.5, Common Core. 5.6, speaking and listening. 5.1, language. 5.3, language, and 5.6, language. Take a look at these with what Lupita just referred to back in the ELD page. Bring that forward to the Common Core, specific standards that are aligned. You'll also notice that within this document, there are some sentences that are bolded. Those are California specific. Each state could add a certain percentage of information to the basic Common Core. Anything that is in that dark bold print, like Writing Standard 5.5, that's a California edition. You'll also notice that there are references within the document to other content standards, like Speaking and Listening 5.6. It directs you to grade 5 language standards 1 and 3 for specific expectations. So that might take me to the language standards, and that's where I'm going to develop my goal.
I want to interject here, Kevin, and just remind folks of how important it is. And here, this is the evidence of how both Part 1 and Part 2 ELD standards need to be worked together in the design of our lessons, in the considerations we have in selecting appropriate, linguistically appropriate goals. Because when we look at the writing standard, it's clear what our students are being asked to do at that particular level. And then when we kind of gaze down to the speaking and listening and language standards, these all live in Part 2 ELD standards. And so what does this tell us? It tells us that they need to work in concert. These Part 1 and Part 2 ELD standards need to work in concert so that students are developing their concept and vocabulary development through the design of the Part 2 ELD standards and are practicing and implementing those new language forms and skills by interacting with each other, with the teacher, using a variety of grade level text. So by design, again, folks, I know I sound like a broken record, but I think it's really important for us to not only know it and understand it, but here we clearly see not only how Part 1 and Part 2 ELD standards work together, but also the impact that it has as they directly relate to the Common Core standards, which in essence provides access to a rich, comprehensive curriculum for all of our students.
One more thing, just one sentence.
Sure.
Just as a process, it seems like it's a lot of information, a lot of resources. If you have this document and you are working within 5th grade, just have those 5th grade standards in front of you. It'll narrow your focus and it'll make it so much easier. I know we're presenting a lot and it seems a little bit overwhelming. Narrow your focus to those grade levels you're speaking and within those subject areas.
Absolutely. And on that note, we're going to give you a brain break. Hopefully you'll have a colorful brain break, no pun intended. We'll see you back in 5 minutes.
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a little bit of time to take care of your personal needs as well as take a breath, maybe get outside, process a lot of the information that we provided thus far. We do have one more resource. We get questioned a lot around how do we align IEP goals with grade level standards for students with extensive support needs. So this is a document that's been around probably, I don't know, maybe 8 years from Dynamic Learning Maps. And what that consortium did was for students who take the alternate achievement assessments, students in that 1%, they took all of the Common Core, K-12, English Language Arts and Math, and they aligned the essential elements of every Common Core along with instructional examples. So on the Padlet, you will see a column that says essential elements for English Language Arts and Math. There are 6 documents in that column. There are 3 for English Language Arts and 3 for math, and the grade spans are K-5, 6-7, and 9-12. So you can read the front matter of how they were developed and kind of the purpose, but I wanted to give you an example, again, going back to Armando. So I'm using Armando. Let's just pretend that Armando has Down syndrome. And I'm going to then go into the essential elements, and I'm looking at that reading informational text 5.1 again. So it should look familiar to you. It's quote accurately from text when explaining what the text says explicitly and when drawing inferences from the text. So all of the Common Core standards are arranged in these 3 columns. The first column is the standard as written. The second column is the essential element, or what would we want to pull out of that Common Core standard? Again, based on the grade level that the student is in. So then the essential element is selecting words or phrases from the text to support the inferences. And then in the far right column are actually 4 levels. Level 4 are students that are pretty close to the standards. They can probably access with some accommodations. As we move down into level 3, the distance of the student ability to address the standard gets farther and farther away from those expectations. So you'll notice that in that far right column, it's level 4 AA, which is alternate achievement levels. So they redefine the essential element based on those 4 levels. So now what we've done is we've created alignment from that grade level standard to the essential element on which we can write an IEP goal. And then below each one of them, there are instructional examples. Now, what would that look like? What would that standard look like for a student at level 1? So take a minute, go to the bottom of the page. You can see how the essential element is redefined. And then where it says EX, example and example, that's an example of an instructional idea that you could utilize in the classroom. So we're connecting ELD standards, grade level Common Core standards, the integrated model of literacy, and then for students with extensive support needs, this is also our alignment. So we're now creating linguistically appropriate goals based on grade level expectations for students with extensive support needs. And when we opened this section, it was all students address grade level Common Core. This is how you process and break it down, that when you're asked, is this IEP standards based? Yes. Are these goals linguistically appropriate? Yes. So these were just a few of the documents that we wanted to kind of pull together to help with the process of grade level IEPs and classroom instruction. Okay, so I'm just gonna give you a minute process. Like I said, all 6 grade spans, 3 for English Language Arts, 3 for math are on your Padlet. You can download them. I would recommend that first you find the standard you're looking for, go into that document, and then do a find, and it'll take you right to that standard. Otherwise, these documents are 200 pages. And this is just a starting point. It's not a goal bank. Not a great fan of goal banks. So this is where you can then springboard what we now know about the EL, grade level standards, disability. It's all being wrapped around. Just take a minute. You can download the documents, you can peruse them. So to finish up this section, I guess my final question would be, to what end? Why would we go through this process? Why is this process so critical for all students? I think with the districts that we work with through the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project around creating meaningful inclusive environments systemically within an organization, it's critical that our staff start with a presumption of competence for all students, regardless of language level, regardless of disability level. What we think may not be the reality. So starting with this idea of a presumption of competence leads to this. And I talked earlier about the Redwood Seeds program. This is Beth and Patrick Foraker. Patrick was was born with Down syndrome. Beth was a UC Davis teacher support provider. And Patrick was afforded inclusive environments from preschool on. And as you can see in Davis, it's a community that's inclusive. He graduated from high school, and he now attends George Mason University on the East Coast in Virginia, living completely independently. And he is self-determined in that he's always loved movies, and he's in a movie director program. So without inclusive environments, without having access to his peers, to have models for language and for social and for behavior, this would not be possible. That is to what end? Because early segregation does not merely predict later segregation, it almost ensures it. So there are 17 different four-year college programs for students with extensive support needs in the United States. As I said, UC Davis Mind Institute and Redwood Seeds Scholars Program is the first on the West Coast. You can look it up online. Beth, coincidentally, is the director. She applied for the federal loan. She received it, and now she has an entire community of students and mentors and organizations that are expanding across California. So if we're expanding our college university programs, we also have to align all of our programs within our K-12 system, pre-K-12 system. So I will get off my soapbox. So back to that graphic, the standards, the questions that family members can ask. We always include family engagement, family input into the design of our students' instruction as well as their IEP. So we just wanted to bring you back to that family component, which is page 2 of the educational benefit chart that's on your Padlet in English and Spanish. Okay? So now we're going to move into the instructional component at the base or the foundation. Again, this is where universal design for learning is mentioned in the application for students with disabilities. UDL is for all students at a tier 1 universal general education classroom level. And it directly supports students accessing grade level standards. And we just wanted to put up on the screen exactly what it says in that application for students with disabilities, that it's an instructional framework for the delivery of effective instruction for students with disabilities. Okay. With that, Lupita, I will turn it back to you to start us off.
Thanks, Kevin. So on this topic of instruction, I want to bring us to the circles of implementation, which is a figure from the ELA-ELD framework. And this particular figure really encompasses what we know and what we desire and what we design to be a comprehensive, rich academic curriculum for all of our students, And so when we look at this figure and we look at that orange circle outside, ultimately we want our educational system to build, provide, support, nurture students who are going to be broadly literate, prepared for the 21st century, have strong capacities of literate individuals, and also be ready to choose whether they want to choose college, career, or civic life, to be prepared to engage effectively in any of these elements of the circles of implementation. So as we kind of move in to the circle, that white space, this is the context for learning. This is where we want to make sure that our learning environments, the schools, the classrooms, the activities are motivating, engaging, inviting, respectful, culturally and linguistically responsive to the needs of all of our learners, especially here in the state of California. We have such a rich and varied population of students who are bringing different language resources, different backgrounds, different experiences to our educational system. And so we need to take that into consideration to set forth an inviting, accessible, respectful context for learning. And zooming in, the closer we zoom into the center of the circle, we begin to see the different resources that are provided to us as California educators to create a rich curriculum for all of our students that are supportive of English learners as well, and that takes us right to the center of the graphic where we see the ELD standards. Although the ELD standards are designed to support English learners uniquely, the fact that the ELD standards are at the center of this graphic represents the role of language in teaching and learning. As indicated here in this slide, we understand that language is at the core of our curriculum. It's how we engage in new learning. It's how we express what we're thinking about, what we're learning, how we show what we know. So again, this graphic is representative of a rich curriculum designed for all of our students in the state of California. And that includes our English learners with disabilities. So let's take a look at what that means for English learners with disabilities. In order to engage in a rich curriculum, English learners must be part of a comprehensive ELD instruction. That includes two types of ELD. So all English learners, including English learners with disabilities, must receive comprehensive ELD, which in the state of California is comprised of two types of ELD instruction. So let's spend a little bit of time refamiliarizing ourselves with these two types of ELD instruction. And again, I want to reiterate, it's not either or, it's both. It truly is both, because each one of these types of ELD instruction has a specific purpose and a specific role. And in conjunction with each other, is going to help our English learners engage and participate more effectively and more fully in our curriculum. So let's focus on integrated ELD. The purpose of integrated ELD is to provide access to and across the curriculum, to the different disciplines in our daily instruction. It is provided during the regular class time, and it is comprised of your content area instruction. The ELD standards are designed to support the instruction, in that the focus here is taking into consideration the student's language proficiency level. The content is scaffolded, right, with the English learner in mind, and the language is differentiated with the English learner's proficiency level in mind. So again, integrated ELD. The purpose is to provide access to the content area by scaffolding the content and providing appropriate language supports based on language proficiency level for our English learners across the instructional day. Now let's talk a little bit about designated ELD. So designated ELD by design is its own block of time where English learners are grouped together by their specific language proficiency level. So based on their proficiency level, you have a group of students at one given proficiency level. So you have a designated ELD time or class, if you will, where you are working with students at the emerging level only, at the expanding level only, at the bridging level only. Now, realistically, we know that depending on your school or school district, you may not have sufficient numbers for one full class, and that's absolutely okay. The consideration here is to move forward and being intentional with providing the very specific support that our English learners need during designated ELD for their given language proficiency level. So back to the purpose of designated ELD. The purpose of designated ELD is to build and to support language acquisition by providing specific direct instruction of the English language to our English learners, again, by their proficiency level. The ELD standards are the focal standards during this part of instruction. And again, the students during designated ELD have an opportunity to build their vocabulary and language skills. So again, comprehensive ELD is part of Tier 1 core instruction for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities, and it is comprised of two types of ELD instruction, both of which are supposed to be part of their core instruction throughout the instructional day, every day. So this resource from the California Practitioner's Guide is going to help us to kind of shift our focus specifically for our dually identified students, our English learners with disabilities. And we like to use this resource to help us have conversations about planning and preparing for our instructional programs, our lessons, and ultimately providing the appropriate supports for our English learners with disabilities. So here's just some questions to get us thinking about what are the considerations that we absolutely need to think about and bring to the table as we're designing lessons, as we're designing goals for dually identified students. So first and foremost, we need to know what their language proficiency level is and what does that mean? What does an emerging level mean, and what might that look like across the domains? Therefore, we need to become familiar with the California ELD standards and how to use them appropriate for designated ELD and for integrated ELD. We also need to consider what are some possible challenges in any given lesson or activity. And here we're taking into consideration not only the language acquisition level, as well as the disability-related needs as we're designing and preparing these opportunities for learning. Not without taking into consideration how students are going to apply that learning, right? And that's how are we going to set up our learning environment to provide lots of opportunities for students to interact with each other, with the teachers, using grade level appropriate text in meaningful, authentic ways to practice the language that they are learning. And then more specifically, what are the specific, unique scaffolding supports, accommodations, and modifications that are necessary for the students that we are talking about? We have to understand not only their language proficiency level to be able to provide those appropriate language supports. Also, we want to take into consideration, we need to take into consideration the disability-related needs and be able to identify, select, and implement the appropriate scaffolds, accommodations, and modifications to support their disability-related need as well. Why? Because we stand firm. We stand firm and know that our English learners with disabilities are absolutely able to attain high level, grade level standards through the lessons that we design if we're taking all of these considerations to mind. If we're really designing opportunities for learning with the specific specialized supports that they absolutely need to be able to engage and be successful in accessing grade level content-specific, standards-based lessons and activities. So there are 4 considerations that we want to think about and we want to implement as we're planning and preparing for our English learners with disabilities. Number 1, we want to make sure that we are using the principles of UDL, principles of universal design for learning, and Kevin's going to walk us through that in just a little bit. So that's key, and that's for all students. That's not only for English learners or English learners with disabilities. All students, all learners benefit from engaging in lessons that are designed with the principles of UDL in mind. We also want to make sure that the practices and strategies that we are employing are truly research-based. We want to maximize our time and energy and efforts by selecting what we know works. And so making sure that evidence-based instructional practices and strategies are being implemented. We also want to take into consideration the context for learning. We want our environment to be welcoming, inclusive, respectful, and specifically for multilingual learners, taking into consideration how culturally and linguistically responsive we are in our instruction and design our learning environments to support that. And again, most importantly, what are the types of accommodations? What are the appropriate accommodations that are necessary to help provide our students access? So for that, we have a resource that we're going to give you just a couple of minutes to become familiar with as you start thinking and shaping or rethinking and reshaping what your learning environments look like and could look like, and kind of enhance where we are and how to be able to provide a more intentional, more effective support for our dually identified students. So with that, I'm going to give you a little bit of time to explore figure 7.11, which are types of accommodations specifically designed for English learners with disabilities. Now, as we are thinking about the accommodations that are appropriate, we want to make sure that we are including all the adults that are working with the students including the students and including the family members, to give us input on what works. What works for you? What is your best, what helps you access the information? What do you enjoy? What is relevant? Those are really important questions for our students, because they will tell us, this works for me, this doesn't work for me, this presents a barrier. Our best intentions are our best intentions, but we want to make sure that we take into account your educational specialist, your case managers, your EL coaches, your general ed teacher, the parents, and the students when we are selecting the types of accommodations that are going to help our students access the curriculum. So with that, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to drop the link to 7.11 into the chat box to give you some time to explore this resource in preparation for our deeper dive into UDL, in which Kevin is going to walk us through. So we'll put about 3 minutes on the clock just to help us become familiar with this resource.
We're going to continue with the instructional component and ensuring that we're designing our instructional environments to provide access and equity for all of our students. So the team asked if I would do a little bit around universal design for learning as that accessibility framework. It is the most often requested professional development in California. There is tons of resources being put into universal design for learning. So we'll hopefully get through at least half of this information and then break for lunch and then come back, give you some processing time. So to start off, universal design for learning is actually based on universal design for architecture in providing access to all in our buildings, in our staircases, in our kitchens, in our bedrooms, etc. So universal design for architecture, if you look at the picture that's on the screen, typically stairs provide barriers to certain populations in our world. Can anybody think of populations that would not be able to use stairs as designed? Wheelchairs, which is what this is designed for. The question is, and how this comes back to education, is if we design for a specific population, everyone benefits. So if we've designed this staircase for individuals in wheelchairs, the question is then who else benefits? Mothers with a stroller. Someone who might have broken a leg, who needs temporary support getting up those stairs. What about older individuals? There's handrails here. So when we design our instructional design in our classroom for students in the margins, guess what? We're designing for all benefit. So that's the premise of universal design for learning. There's also the idea of curb cuts. Who are curb cuts designed for? Individuals with low vision, blind. Who benefits? When I jog, I'm not going to jump off the curb. I'm going to go down the curb cut, right? How about the button on the door that opens, or the button on the wall next to the door that opens automatically? Who is it designed for? Who benefits? I always think of the UPS man with or woman with the boxes, right? Hitting it with his or her elbow. So again, designing for access for individuals on the margins provides access for, sometimes it's just easier. And that's okay too. So when we bring that idea of universal design for architecture to the surface in our educational systems, we can consider that physical barriers exist in our physical environments, curricular barriers exist in our instructional environment. And it's this whole idea of disabling environments disable students. Think about that. The premise of UDL is that environments are disabled, students are not. By providing access, all raise to the top, okay? So it's the proactive, and I want to prioritize that word, proactive. It's the proactive design of curriculum and instruction. So UDL actually lives in lesson design. It lives in the identification of potential barriers in our educational environment that we have to address and mitigate before any instruction has been delivered. That's exactly what we've talked about up to this point. We talked about what are the ELD standards? What are the different instructional models for English learners? How do students with extensive support needs fit into our educational environment, into our general education classrooms, to have access to then be able to be successful in our college and career situations? Okay, so we're looking at the environment, we're looking at the instruction, we're identifying potential barriers, we're mitigating those barriers with what we know to provide access for all. And that then impacts how we design, taking it back to the IEP, this impacts how we determine LRE. So I'm going to pause there for a second. When we talk about least restrictive environment, we're talking about inclusion. And when we're able to design our environments to provide as much access as possible, we are then able to move students into the less restrictive environment, in most cases, general education with the proper supports. That's the through line for everything that we're talking about today. Okay, so this is a quick video on, it's from one of our webinars that we had contracted with Katie Novak, the queen of all things UDL. And she tells the story about her two twins, Brecken on the left, James is the friend in the middle, and then his daughter Aylin on the right, and how UDL is framed in equity.
Brother, the bookend, and that's one of their best friends, James. And James has Fragile X syndrome, and he's almost completely nonverbal, and obviously, significantly developmentally delayed cognitively. And they're just the three best of friends. And the really cool thing about this story here is that, Aylin, from the first time she met him, she was like a warrior for James. And so when he was in first grade, when he gets really excited, he flaps his hands a little bit. And so he was running outside doing tag, and he was flapping his hands, and a bunch of little girls went up to him and said, "Why do you always do that with your hands?" And Aylin sees this across the playground, and she comes like busting across. And I hear this from a teacher who's my colleague. And she said, "Hey, ladies, if you're going to mess with someone, you're going to have to mess with me." And this is just like a little ball of fire. Now, I'll tell you something else about my daughter, Aylin, which is that she has severe combined type ADHD. And for all the amazing strengths and beauty and fire she brings into this world, she can also be really impulsive and dangerous and violent. And those are ways that you could describe her, but that's not her. She's just Aylin, and she brings all these amazing strengths to the classroom, and she also brings these amazing areas that she needs to work on. And so what's really beautiful about this picture to me is that Brecken is significantly above grade level, and James is significantly below grade level, and Aylin exhibits behaviors that most classroom teachers will never ever want to see. But the three of them are in the same class together all day, every day, and they are challenged and they are supported equally because of universal design for learning. And in most places in this world, they would be separated. And they would be separated because there would be a belief that Brecken deserves more, that he deserves better, and that James can't do it, and that Aylin doesn't belong there because she can't behave. And what I will tell you is I will fight this fight until every parent of all of these kids gets to see that they belong together, that in this world, we all belong together. And
for universal design for learning for all of our students, that When we apply the framework around universally designing universal access, universal equity, then we are providing lifelong opportunities for all of our students, not based on language level, not based on disability level, but including all within our instructional environment so that there is access to typically developing peers. That is our LRE determination in our IEP meetings. That is our level of inclusion or providing inclusive opportunities at our schools, in our districts. And that's everything that we've been talking about today to lay that foundation for this.
Brother, the
Oops.
bookend, and
There we go. So universal design for learning, just to give you some background, it provides flexibility. And this is what most people are familiar with universal design for learning are the principles of UDL. It provides flexibility, it provides options in the way that we deliver or allow for students to experience information, how they receive information, in the way that they respond or express themselves, and then ways that students are engaged. Lupita and Vanessa talked about this idea of culturally responsive instruction. If students don't see themselves reflected in our educational environment, why wouldn't they disconnect? So how we are able to represent student identities in our classroom environments is directly related to this idea of engaging students and having them connect. So it's information in, information out, and students who are engaged. And those are the three principles, and I'll talk about the colors, why those phrases are in those colors. It also reduces the barriers that students experience too often in instruction. It provides appropriate accommodations, supports, etc. You'll also notice that it says including students with disabilities and those who are limited English proficient. So it is, again, and I'll probably say it another 10 times before the end of the day, it is for all students. It is Tier 1 universal support for general education. The problem in the past has been it has come out of special ed and therefore is seen as, well, that's something that special educators are responsible for. But more and more it's coming into the fold around general education and supporting all students in that way. So there's some misconceptions, there's some myths on what UDL is and what UDL is not. First of all, it is not new. It was around when I went through my credentialing program back in the early 90s. So it's not new, but it is research and it has morphed with additional neurodiversity research. So it's proactive lesson planning that we talked about, identifies and mitigates those potential barriers to learning. It's universal, Tier 1, research-based in neurodiversity. It's all about honoring learner variability. I'm going to come back to what learner variability is through voice and choice, giving students voice and giving them options in the way they receive information, in the way they express themselves, and the way that they are engaged. And UDL transforms the power structure in education to students. So I'm going to pause on that one. UDL transforms the power structure in education to students. You'll notice when we go through the framework that it takes the power in the classroom from the teacher and it transfers it to the students so that they're able to learn who they are and what they need within our educational system. And then they can ask for it in order to be self-determined, self-advocates. It is not a curriculum. It is not a toolbox, but it is a mindset for equity and access. It is not specific to students with disabilities. It is not the same as differentiated instruction, and is not only centered on technology. And those are some of the misconceptions that we hear all the time. Okay? So we have an analogy, again, with Katie Novak. She has probably a million different analogies, but I thought this one was particularly effective in really talking about variability of needs across contexts. Okay.
What I love to do is I like to teach through analogies because they just make so much more sense in my own head. Now, I am from New England. I live outside of Boston, and a very big treat in New England is the ice cream truck. You can hear it coming from like 300 yards away. My children have like wolf hearing, and we could just be sitting on the beach and suddenly it's like an ear perks up and they're like, ice cream truck? And the ice cream truck is amazing because the ice cream truck has so many options and choices. So when we think about how do we design an ice cream truck that anybody could order something from? We need to have a lot of variety. So Swift is going to play music for us for 1 minute. And I want you to tell me, if this ice cream truck just came rolling up outside your, wherever you are right now, whether you're at work or whether you're at home, okay, if an ice cream truck came rolling up with the goal of you getting something that you would really enjoy, what are you going to order? Let's see it in the chat box and go. So this is one of the best ways to explain universal design. So all of us chose different things, but yet there was the same goal, right? All of us had the same goal: get a nice, cool treat that will allow us to not dehydrate on a hot day. And so the ice cream truck recognizes that we all need different things. And so they have, bottles of water. And I don't know if any of you noticed this right here, but they actually have a Frosty Paws, which is dog ice cream. So, I mean, they're really thinking big about everyone. Now, if I were to look at this list, I am definitely, it's really hard because I like ice cream sandwiches, but I feel like those don't go well on the beach. I like something that's in like a container. So I'm going to go 2-ball screwball probably. And Swift, what is your ice cream treat if you were going to get one of these?
I'm gonna go with a drumstick. That's my or
okay.
the Oreo. I know you don't like ice cream sandwiches, but I like the Oreo ice cream sandwich. That's what I would do. And maybe I'll put it in a cup. Who knows?
Oh, wow. I mean, you're really asking for a lot of scaffolding here. So this is what's right here. This is my 2-ball screwball. It has like the gum on the bottom that like you can't even really chew because it's so dry and hard. But here we go. I have decided that as the ice cream truck owner, this variety is just too much work for me. And I instead am going to serve every single person this drumstick. That's all I'm going to serve. That's it. So I'm going to pull up in my little sugar shack, and you're going to come running up, and Swift's going to be like, oh, I would love the Oreo cookie ice cream sandwich. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Swift. All I got is a drumstick. Now, the drumstick is going to work for some of you, but here's the thing. It won't work for everyone. I'm positive about that, because I know that some of you, I can predict, might be lactose intolerant or have a nut allergy or don't like chocolate and think that's gross. And so when I only serve one thing, I'm going to exclude a lot of you. And when we talk about universal design in classrooms, what we're saying is if teachers are only going to teach in one way, it won't work for all kids. We have to provide options. We have to provide variety, just like this ice cream truck. And if this ice cream truck were to come rolling in and would only offer one choice, many of you would be left out. Many of you would be excluded. And that doesn't make sense, because I want everyone to be able to have a treat.
A connection back to what we talked about earlier with the Common Core standards. We talked about method standards and we talked about content standards. The content standards allow us to do this. It allows us to give choice to students to access the information through different means. Because when one size does not fit all, who are we not including becomes the question. That's why universal design for learning is that equity framework.
What I love to do is...
Okay, so before we go to break, you can either enter in the chat, or if you're in person, just kind of take note and hold up fingers. So we're going to talk about learner variability. It's one of those UDL-centric words. So for learner variability, we know we've got students at different levels of language, different levels of disability, different levels of behavior, social, emotional, academic, etc. So we can plan for it because we can predict it. So I've got stages up on the screen. There's stage 1, unable to perform the task. Stage 2, able to perform the task with assistance. Stage 3, able to perform the task independently but not proficiently. And stage 4, proficient at performing the task independently. So if the context, if the expectation, if the goal was to plant a garden that yields and blooms vegetables, enter in the chat, what stage would you be in with that skill or expectation? 1, 2, 3, or 4? I'm going to go with a 1. A lot of 3s. I, I was actually proud this year. I kept air plants alive for 6 months. You have to order them like maybe once a month, but they're still living. I would be a 1. So when we change the context, think about students going from class to class or environment to environment. So if the new class, if the new context, if the new expectation was figure skating, including jumping and spinning, now show me on your fingers or in the chat, what stage would you now be at? A 4? On figure skates. So we have, it's what? Lots of 1s. So I went from a 1 with planting to also a 4, having been a competitive figure skater for 12 years. So because of my experience, because of my interest that I bring to the table, I have just gone from a 1 to a 4. Students do the same thing, right? Now make dulce de leche from scratch. Back to a 1 for me. 4, 4. Now we have added experiences and culture into the conversation. Right? I've got some 4s in the room. Okay? Same thing happens. Same thing happens to our students. What they bring into the classroom, academically, culturally, experiences, impacts how they relate and how successful they are. Okay? So that's learner variability. It is 11:30 on the dot. It's a perfect place to stop. And then we'll come back and we'll get into the framework and then a quick overview of the UDL lesson planning process. Okay? So have a great lunch, an hour. Okay, we will see you back at 12:30. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you took time to recharge and refresh during the break. We are going to continue with the instructional component of the presentation with Universal Design for Learning, and we'll continue down that road until we get to the actual IEP component, beginning with assessment. So we were talking earlier about student variability, and what we know is that there's also physical variability with all of our students, with all individuals. The issue that we have that when we plan for the mythical average is that we're actually planning for no one. There is no one student profile that is average across all contexts. So when we plan for that student that is successful within our organization, we're actually not planning for any students because there is no average. So it's the same thing with the architecture, with Universal Design for Architecture, that when we plan for the margins, we are now planning for everyone. We are planning with the variability of learners. So we know that there's physical variability. There's also learner variability in what we are engaged with, what we are interested in, our academic level, our behavioral level, our social emotional needs. There's never been a class in the history of education where every student was at the same level, academically, behaviorally, or socially emotionally. So, like I said, when we are planning for the mythical average, we are planning for no one. That we can predict variability, we can plan for variability. So that is where Universal Design for Learning is rooted. Most educators are familiar with the framework that's up on the screen now, with the columns and the colors and the squares. We're going to go through the framework because it's not a static framework, it's an active framework. We spoke earlier about transference of power in the classroom to students. That's exactly what this framework is. So first we have to be clear on the vocabulary that is specific to UDL, very similar to our students in, for example, a science class. For a student who doesn't understand science vocabulary, we have to go back to that level to ensure it's not the vocabulary that's used in that specific content area that becomes the barrier. So first we have principles. And you can, on the Padlet, we placed in one of the columns, you'll see a UDL resources. If you click on that resource, it will take you to one of our project's Padlets that has everything you've ever wanted to know or learn about Universal Design for Learning. So instead of just pasting all those resources on that current Padlet, clicking on that resource will take you to another Padlet with tons of resources. So principles are each of those columns. We have the principle of engagement, we have the principle of representation, and we have the principle of action and expression. So when we talk about engagement, that's kind of like your social emotional component where we're creating that connection of the student to the educational environment. When we talk about representation, always think about it from the student's perspective. How are we representing information in the environment so that the student understands that information and can comprehend it? So it's information in, it's receptive language in that center column of representation. It's how we design the environment to ensure students can comprehend what we're trying to convey. And then finally, the last principle is the principle of action and expression. Think of that as information out, how the student demonstrates what they know and are able to do. Now that should connect something for you from earlier in the presentation. We were talking about goals and objectives and how that verb in the content standards is critical. That verb tells us what the student has to do and take action. That is your last column, the last principle of action expression. Okay, so there's a direct correlation between the verbs in our goals and the standards to this last column and how we allow multiple ways for students to demonstrate what they've learned. Okay? Next vocabulary word is guidelines. There are 9 guidelines in the framework, 3 guidelines within each principle. Okay? There are the 9 guidelines that then move students to independent as we go vertical through the framework. Okay? So the 9 guidelines within 3 principles. And then finally, we have checkpoints. There are multiple checkpoints. Those are the bulleted items or the specific activities that teachers can plan for and students can perform. So there are multiple checkpoints within the 9 guidelines within the 3 principles. Okay, that's your overview. So you'll also notice that there's tabs to the left. The first is access. And if we go horizontal across those 3 guidelines, we have recruiting interest, perception, and physical action. The onus is on the teacher. The teacher is creating an environment that students are able to connect with their own interests. Okay, so it's teacher focused. Teachers are providing opportunities for students to perceive, as we move into representation, to perceive the information that they're receiving. And then in action expression, we're using concrete physical action and providing students multiple ways through physical action to demonstrate their level of knowledge and understanding. Now, as we move down the framework to build, now teachers and students are working in tandem. So you'll notice that the guidelines within this row are really teachers and students working on ways that each student is able to sustain effort and persistence when tasks get difficult. That the teachers and the students are understanding the language and the symbols that are being utilized and what accommodations are necessary for students to understand the language and the symbols within each of our content areas. And then finally, expression and communication. So now we're building those skills. It's like the release of responsibility. And then finally, we want students to internalize those skills. We want them to be able to self-regulate. We want them to comprehend the information. And we want them to be able to access their executive functions in order to be successful in meeting their goals. Okay? So we've gone principles, guidelines, checkpoints, access, build, internalize, and the ultimate goal of UDL is to create expert learners. Okay? Expert learners are purposeful and motivated, they are resourceful and knowledgeable, and they are strategic and goal-directed. This is directly connected to the Common Core, college and career readiness, anchor standards that we talked about earlier. These are the skills for students to be successful in those post-secondary environments. And you might be asking, what is an expert learner? An expert learner is not a student who has learned how to navigate the system. not a student who's in a gifted class. It's not a student who receives all A's. Expert learners are those students that know themselves and are able to perform independently, especially when things get difficult. They know themselves. They can ask for what they need and they can set up the environment. Okay? So I just want you to look at this chart of what it means to be an expert learner. Are any of these bulleted characteristics standing out for you? Put it in the chat. If there's anybody in the room that has one that is particularly connected with, love to hear it. It's always this way after lunch. Motivated learners. As a former special ed teacher, I'm always attracted to abandoned plans and strategies that are ineffective. That takes a level of self-reflection, and so many of my students would just keep doing the same thing with the same result. It's that idea of what are my other options? How can I get my needs met and be successful by trying something else? And too often our students don't have that alternate plan in place. So you should be able to see a connection here back to those ELD standards and how the ELD standards and how the Common Core standards all connect in order to reach this college and career expectation. Any others, Dr. Montoya? Mm. And students cannot learn these skills if we're in that mindset of one size fits all, and I teach the way I learn. We're going to have students where that gap continues to widen. That's why the multiple options for engagement, multiple options for representation, multiple options for action expression is critical to this process so that students can determine what works for them and what doesn't. Without those options, it is a one size fits all. Okay? So going through these slides really quickly, it's just the brain research behind universal design for learning, utilizing student voice in order to design our programs so that they're able to connect and see themselves reflected, providing them choice so they can make mistakes, they can learn more about themselves, they can be self-advocates in order to be self-determined, and creating safe environments rooted in belonging, community, and relationships. So the engagement is the limbic system. That's our fight or flight. If the environment is not viewed as safe for students, that's where we got students out of the classroom, widening of the gap. We have to ask ourselves, can all students see themselves and their stories reflected in our work in the design of our educational system? For representation, that happens in the temporal lobe. This is where our memory acquisition, perception, recognition, identification of patterns, etc. This is the information in. And then finally, information out. Frontal lobes, this is where our higher cognitive functionings, this is the red component in that color-coded Common Core resource. It's the executive functions. Okay, it's problem solving, it's planning, it's orienting, it's organizing. Okay, so the root of UDL, we know about the framework, it's actually that lesson design that I talked about earlier. So there is a process for lesson designing, and it starts with creating the instructional goal or the lesson objective. What are the assessments we use? How are the assessments directly connected to the goals? What are the teaching or instructional methods we're employing? What are the materials we have available? And then guess what the next step is? Identification of barriers. Okay, so here's what it looks like. This is the UDL lesson planning. Identify learner variability, so we have to know our students, we have to know their EL levels, their disabilities, their interests, etc. So we identify learner variability, then we set our learning goal or lesson objective. Ask ourselves the question, are there any potential barriers? Are we providing options? Is this a content standard where we can provide more options to mitigate those barriers? We look at our assessments. Are our assessments construct relevant to the learning goals? It means, are we teaching what we're assessing? And too often, we're assessing things that we're not teaching. Has to be a direct alignment. Is our assessment aligned with the goal? Are the instructional methods we're utilizing aligned to the learning goal? Are there any barriers? And then finally, materials. You're identifying the potential barriers in those materials, in those methods, in the assessments, in the learning goals, in order to develop expert learners. Okay? There's whole day-long sessions on just this process, and maybe in the future we can get there. So to finish up that quick overview of UDL, going back to the color-coded chart of Ed benefit, we also have questions that family members can ask about instruction, around which teachers will be providing that instruction. How are teachers communicating and connecting the information from the IEP to the general education classroom? How is that communication pathway involving all of the IEP members that Lupita talked about earlier? Okay. So now we're getting into that assessment piece. So we've taken our standards, our knowledge of the standards, we've taken our instruction and understanding accessible, equitable instruction. Now, what does that look like within the IEP process? So when we look at the assessments, we're looking at those statewide assessments, the LPAC, the SBAC, the classroom assessments, to identify the needs to move into the present levels of performance, to then identify the needs on which the goals developed. We're getting baseline data. We're using it to identify student needs. Here's the one that in IEP meetings that I've attended, it too often comes down to the question of a general education teacher having the student in the class, understanding how the student's performing in the class, and then these Woodcock-Johnson scores would come up. And you're like, well, that is not reflective of the student that I see in my class every day. So you have this differential of assessments that has to be calibrated in order to get a true assessment of the whole child. Okay. Vanessa.
Okay, everybody, so let's talk about assessment. So when we're talking about assessment, we're going to be seeing two facets of our statewide assessment. Number one, the LPAC. So today I'm going to direct your attention to this graphic. So many of you might already be familiar with the LPAC, yet we understand that some of us oftentimes don't receive the same information, preparation, training, etc., as it relates to different areas that we might be working on our students with. So it makes sense for us to engage in this conversation so that we can use common knowledge, terminology, and have a common understanding as we are addressing assessments. So the LPAC in and of itself is our state assessment for English language proficiency. And it assesses 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. You'll see this laid out visually for you in this slide. We also want to point out that there are 2 performance areas. Those 2 performance areas are oral language and written language. As we look over to the graphic on the side, we see that it is divided into 2 parts. The first section I want us to look at is that orange section. If we look at the orange arrows off to the side, the top portion directs us across through oral language. So when we're talking about the oral language composite in the LPAC, we are talking about speaking and listening. The bottom half is all about written language, writing and reading. Now, if we look at this structure vertically, we can see it divided into 2 sections: the receptive domains and the expressive domains. All of this comes together when we consider the intersection of disability and language proficiency. How so? Well, number one, considering eligibility criteria. Once the student meets eligibility criteria for one of the 13 distinct disability categories, we are well aware that that disability may manifest in a variety of ways. When we are considering the needs of English learners, we know that language is receptive and expressive, and that there are composites that make up oral language and written language. considering the role of language proficiency and acquisition is critical, especially as we look at how the disability manifests. This is directly linked to the identified areas of need. If we think back to Armando, we knew that he was an LPAC 2 and he had some difficulties in reading and writing. Lupita and Kevin walked us through the selection of standards, paying close attention to content, methods, linguistic supports, and how the student would manifest their learning goals. The LPAC is only one assessment. As Kevin referenced earlier, we must assess the whole child because this is only a snapshot in time. It is important for us to understand that we are looking at both formal and informal data. We are engaging in conversation with members in the multidisciplinary team that know the student in a variety of settings and contexts and know how it is that he or she engages in language, whether it be in a written format, oral format, receptively, or expressively. So when we're looking at the oral language performance areas as they are assessed in the LPAC, we talked about listening and speaking. So referring back to the UDL principles, means of representation, engagement, etc., figuring out how it is that we're going to support our students in communicating and engaging with language is going to be very important. When students are developing written tasks that are aligned to an established goal that is linguistically appropriate, we have to be aware of what those necessary supports may be. Considering preferred mode of communication is critical as well. Understanding full and well that our students are individuals and that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. The same holds true when we're talking about written language performance areas. Here we're considering reading and writing. Students are presented with a variety of materials and answer questions, and in writing, students are putting together a written piece on a variety of topics. So recognizing how the disability may manifest in reading and in writing, how the English language proficiency might require specific linguistic supports in reading and writing is important. Why? Because these supports entail part of the day in and day out instruction of our students. Let's take a closer look at what these might look like. When selecting where it is that a student is going to be starting with supports that align to their linguistic need, a great place to start is the sample student score report for the LPAC. So this is a screenshot of a fictitious student, not a real student, so no concerns there. But what I want to draw your attention to is to the structure of this document. So oftentimes when developing those present levels or addressing statewide assessment data, we might drop in a number, 1346, level 3. It is important, however, to go a little bit deeper than that and understand what each of these numbers really mean. Understanding also that that overall score is just that, overall, and we need more specific information that tells us where the student is in their writing, reading, speaking, and listening. This document supports that. So if we look at that very first purple arrow, we see the overall score. Overall score, level 3, 1550, moderately developed. If you look off to the side and then to the bottom to that second arrow, it gives you a brief write-up as to what that level means. Again, brief write-up. It's not all-encompassing. It just gives you a good starting point. If you look across to that second page of the screenshot, you'll see the language composites. The top addressing the oral language composite, which was listening and speaking. When we're looking at the bottom portion, we're looking at the written language composite. Here we're talking about reading and writing. Now, that overall score of a 3 can be deceiving. If we look at the specifics of the domains, we can see that when it comes to listening, the students' skills there in receptive language listening is much higher than in the expressive. Here, the student is somewhat moderately developed, the level of linguistic support is going to differ, not just by domain, but by task and purpose. It is critical that we remember that as we are designing instruction around those linguistically appropriate goals to ensure educational benefit as we measure out throughout the year. The same holds true for the written language composite. Looking at reading, the student is well developed. Looking at writing, somewhat moderately developed. Again, receptive, higher than expressive. It is important that we dig deeper to find out why that might be, because it might or might not be at all related to language, but rather to access. What supports are being provided to ensure appropriate access to then be able to demonstrate growth and or mastery that is commensurate to the other areas, knowing full and well that a lot of this is trial and error as we're trying to determine what the appropriate supports are for our students. And that is important to keep in mind, that this is not a foolproof method. It really is about trialing, but starting with a nice firm set of data points that help us develop a robust learner profile, that help us determine the types of supports necessary, not just to meet the disability needs, but also the language needs of our students. Knowing all of this about the LPAC now, I want to prompt you with the following questions. When you're looking at the LPAC scores, the overall composite, the language composites, oral language, written language, how does the disability manifest itself? Not just in this assessment window, but also during daily instruction. How might the disability impact each of the domains? What supports may be necessary to access the curriculum? And these go hand in hand with the framing questions that Lupita shared with us earlier. These are a series of questions that are consistent as we are developing our lessons, as we are structuring activities, as we are measuring growth towards meeting that linguistically appropriate goal. All of these little points come together to help us develop a comprehensive plan that is actionable and that can then yield results for our students. Now, remember earlier when I mentioned that when we're looking at the student sample score report, the receptive language seemed to be higher than the expressive language. I also mentioned that it might be that the necessary supports are just not available for the student, or we haven't yet identified those appropriate supports, because we recognize that this has been a lot. This is a lot of information, and for a lot of us, it might be the first time that we're thinking about these types of supports in this manner, through this lens. So I want to help you engage further in this discussion and in this learning, because it is going to require some time to process, to stop, and think. The California Accessibility Resources Matrix is a tool for you to do that. So this document is inclusive of all supports that are available in CASP and LPAC. It describes universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. It's important for us to note that in regards to the LPAC, some of the supports available in certain domains might be designated supports in one assessment, but accommodations in the other. So as you are selecting these supports for your students, I encourage you to refer back and forth to the California Assessment Accessibility Resources Matrix to ensure that what you think you are enabling is in fact what you are enabling. A great tool to encourage us to engage in these conversations is the ELPAC Administration Student Accessibility Checklist. So as we looked at the student score report in the language composites, we saw that we addressed the 4 domains. This document does exactly the same for the domains in the LPAC, but also tied into universal supports, designated supports, accommodations, unlisted resources, etc. So if we look at this document, this very top section encourages us to engage in a discussion with the team, the multidisciplinary team, all these people that have direct and indirect contact with the student, know where the student is in this period of time and the supports that might be necessary. As you are meeting and having a discussion around what supports might be available for your students, be sure to have these conversations by domain. Based on the student sample report we saw earlier, we saw that reading and listening were higher than writing and speaking. Perhaps more detail needs to be developed and established in determining what supports might be appropriate in those expressive language domains. If you have these documents available as you meet with the SSD team, multidisciplinary team, any type of student support team that is made available to determine what supports are appropriate, be sure to have these documents available to be a support to the conversation. Also for some of our students, and we'll talk a little bit about special factors later on, in the special factors page we talk about assistive technology. If you know that assistive technology is being made available and accessible for students, know that this AT support is also written into those goals. When given a graphic organizer, you want to make sure that whatever it is that you are providing for the student to address disability needs, language needs, are also consistent with your instruction and are referenced in the IEP. We also want to point out that when we're talking about assistive technology, we're not talking about high-tech tools. We're not talking about computers, Chromebooks, iPads. It could be any type of support that is made available to students to help bridge the gap from where it is that they're at and how to get them to that desired endpoint. Here we have some visuals of what some of those AT supports. This is, of course, it's not an exhaustive list, but just to give you an idea of what could be used as an assistive technology support in a variety of areas, whether it be for communication, for study skills, for hearing, for time management. Again, thinking back to those UDL supports, a lot of these are tools that we consistently use in the classroom without really thinking about them as AT supports, as AT tools. So this is the page that I added. So Kevin earlier shared a slide that talked about these very same supports: representation, action and expression, and engagement. I invite you to think about these accessibility resources through the lens of UDL. When you are looking at UDL supports, it's all to create expert learners. That is the end goal. When we consider the Common Core State Standards, the end goal is to create career and college readiness. So all I'm saying here is that it's all linked. All of this works and flows together. It's not one more thing, it's the thing. So as we're providing supports to students, when we want to provide accessibility resources that are available not just for assessment, but also for instruction and learning, considering these UDL guidelines and selecting those supports is going to help you think of it in a more streamlined manner. If we know that a student is going to require supports in representation, how it is that data is presented to them, how it is that they consume some of this information to engage in a specific process, that helps you narrow down the types of supports that you may find appropriate for your students. If a student has a distinct mode of communication, action and expression might be a good area for you to start with. If we're talking about executive functioning skills, self-regulation, what are some supports that you could enable for students or prepare them to use that might be helpful with allowing them to persevere, in allowing them to process, in allowing them to self-regulate? So taking a look at this document gives you yet another lens to look at accessibility resources and in selecting them appropriately for your students. I dropped this document into the Padlet as well under accessibility resources so that you may spend some time looking at it further should you start thinking of some of these resources through this lens. And again, as a reminder, accommodations do not reduce the learning or performance expectations. Rather, they allow students to complete assignments, assessments with a change in presentation, response, setting, timing, scheduling, so that learners are provided equitable access during instruction and assessment. So think about that. Presentation, response, setting, timing, and scheduling. All UDL. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Kevin.
Thank you. So Vanessa talked about that alignment. Everything that we've talked about today, there's alignment between that instruction and the standards and the assessment. So when we move into the CASP assessments, it's the same. It's the usability, accessibility, and accommodations as they're divided into those universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. So that's the bridge. That is also indications of what students need in their instruction and vice versa. So we're looking at UDL through the lens of instruction, what we can provide for students, and then how that translates to the statewide assessments that are administered to ensure that all students have that accessibility and that we're getting valid and reliable information in order to base our instructional design. So just as a reminder, universal tools are available to any student. Designated supports for any student for whom the need has been indicated explicitly by an educator or a parent. And then finally, the accommodations available for students with IEPs and 504 plans as designated in their IEPs. Okay, and just one more little bit, and this I think is a really critical component. Two things with this slide. Number one, we know that the CASP accommodations are only for students with IEPs or 504s. Bullet 2, the accommodations should be included in the daily instruction and assessment for all students. What that entails then is for the information from the multidisciplinary team and the conversations that are part of the IEP discussion, that information also has to be transferred to educators that instruct the student that are not at the table. So think about that as a barrier. If we haven't set up appropriate communication from the IEP discussion to how that IEP discussion around accommodations and modifications are then reflected in all classroom settings, we've just created an environmental barrier for students to access their instruction. We've actually handicapped the students because of a lack of a communication pathway. Also think about when those discussions happen around the IEP table. Many times it's in the spring. What about the teachers in the following year that have that student for most of the implementation of that IEP timeline? So there's many considerations that not only instructionally, in the develop of the goals and objectives, the under what conditions, the accommodations, designated supports, and universal tools that are required for the student to be successful. If they're not provided, we've handicapped the student. One of my favorite quotes, we should be driven by students, not data. We fail to tell the whole story of a learner when we focus on a narrow view of success in education in the almighty pursuit of scores. So that leads us to the end of this process. We talked about the statewide assessments, but there's also the classroom assessments, there's the formative assessments, there's the summative assessments, and there are the very specific assessments that multidisciplinary team members perform in suspected areas of disability. So we're bringing together all of that assessment information, which can be very overwhelming to families sitting at the table, hearing it for the first time, trying to make all of those connections. So we've included on page 2 of the educational benefit chart, the family component and questions that they can ask at the IEP table and that IEP team members should consider before the IEP meeting or in the development of the IEP. which then moves us from assessment and using that assessment information to determine the present levels of performance, also known as the present levels of academic achievement and functional performance. So we have to make sure that within the provision of present levels of performance, we're describing the student's strengths. This is critical because too often, the language we use in IEP meetings and in the development of the IEP are deficit-based. So being very conscious of ableist language that we're using in our IEPs that set a negative or a deficit-based tone for what the student can do, their area of strength, and where they need supports and services. It includes areas not assessed or not a concern, information about the programs, the accommodations, interventions, et cetera, that have been successful in the past that we need to move forward into the current IEP, educational concerns of the family, and being sure that the language that we use, especially in the present levels of performance, anyone can understand when they pick up that document. It has to be that clear and that understandable because IEP teams, multidisciplinary teams, change. Just a couple more points around present levels of performance. They're obtained from the various assessments that we talked about. They include the statement of how the student's disability affects his or her involvement in general education and establishes the baseline. Because now we have a baseline that's created. We also know what the grade level standard is. We see a gap. Our goals and objectives are written to close that gap and make progress, which we'll get to in the goals section. Vanessa?
All right, so I'm back for a couple of slides. And I want us to look at this intersection again, and we want this visual to really drive that point home. That when we're talking about English language proficiency and disability category, we're talking about the interaction of these two dimensions of identity. Remember earlier we talked about the individual as a whole and all of their different dimensions. Well, here is where it all starts to come together, because as we're deriving a baseline from multiple points of assessment, that might be formal, informal, questionnaires, phone calls, observations, etc., we want to see what the interaction, what the intersection of the two might possibly look like. And to further illustrate that point, I want us to consider Armando. Armando qualified for SLD, specific learning disability, with some phonological processing deficits. That gives me a little bit more information now as I start to think about what supports might be necessary and what linguistically appropriate goals and objectives might be best serving to Armando. So in developing those present levels page, it is important for us to consider the English language proficiency and the level of linguistic supports necessary in both expressive language and receptive language. Additionally, what types of AT supports might guide us in providing a greater point of access. Because, as we know in special factors, we want to consider not just assistive technology, not just low incidence services and or equipment, but specific for English learners. Are they being provided with instructional systems and supports which meet their ELD needs and disability needs? So it's called out by name here, that intersection. What is it exactly that we are providing for our students? On top of that, Lupita earlier talked about comprehensive ELD. Well, here we want to address how and where will designated ELD be provided. And finally, does behavior impede learning? Knowing that, as Kevin referenced earlier, if students don't see themselves reflected in their classrooms, in their learning, it has a direct impact on how our students begin to see themselves. And as we know, behavior is communication. And our students might be communicating that they do not see themselves. So again, considering all of these elements as we start developing our special factors and how it is that they're going to impact the development of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, not just for the sake of developing linguistically goals and objectives, because we know that this is the through line to demonstrating educational benefit. And in the long term, how it is that we're going to get to that point where we might make a recommendation that this student might be in fact available to be considered for reclassification. To support us in this data gathering process, because it can be exhausting, and it can be confusing, and it can be overwhelming. With all of that in mind, the California Practitioners Guide has developed a couple of appendices that help us in gathering this data. Appendix 4.6 and 4.7 allow us to collect data specific to English learners' classroom observations, and also an observation during English instruction. So practitioners can go into a variety of settings, gather information, collect it in an organized manner to later then be able to retrieve and establish statements that could be used in our present levels that will then help us develop sound baselines. The sounder our baseline, the sounder our goals. And the greater the chance that we are able to demonstrate that Ed benefit over a period of time. Kevin?
Thanks, Vanessa. Something Vanessa just said, in creating or collecting all of the information, what we know about Armando through the ELD standards, the assessments, etc., it makes me wonder that if we are not accumulating all of this information, how can our present levels be the foundation when it's not based on all of the information necessary, available, and provided? So this idea of understanding the standards, understanding instruction, understanding the assessment data, ensuring we're assessing in all suspected areas of disability, all of that information is now connecting to the present levels of performance and how we then determine our special factors through assistive technology. What are the low incidence needs for students who are deaf and blind, who are visually impaired, etc.? For English learners, I just took that content out since Vanessa just addressed. English learner needs have to be part of that special factor. If we don't have all the information, understand the information, understand what's available to us, that cannot be a consideration in such a way that we can build on it. And then, of course, the behavior piece, behavior as communication. So understanding the holistic components of the students to develop our special factors, because the whole rest of the IEP will be based on what that present level of performance section says. And we have to look at it again from this idea of asset-based vocabulary, asset-based IEP development. So they're using students' abilities to address the weaknesses. The goals are built around what the student can do and how we can leverage what they can do. Helping students identify, and this goes back to the expert learner component, helping students identify and leverage their own strengths and areas of need to create that self-awareness in order to be self-advocates, in order to result in self-determination. We also look at involving students in the IEP. These are student-centered IEPs that when we look especially at students 16 and above, when we add that transition component, students have to be part of their IEPs, if not earlier, to really understand and to articulate what their needs are around their disability. And too often what we find is that when students enter a college situation, it's not that they drop out, it's that they drop out too quickly, within weeks or months. Number one, because they don't know themselves, they don't know the impact of their disability, and they don't know themselves in such a way that they can advocate for what they need, because they haven't been part of the development. They haven't been part of the discussion. And in our culture, what we don't talk about leads to shame. So there's also this idea that they're going to hide the disability in the new environment. When they hide the disability, they hide a component of themselves, and there creates a disconnect on whether or not they're going to be successful in a college and career situation. So present levels of performance, these are questions that parents can ask from the educational benefit chart. What we hope that you're starting to connect is that there's a through line from the standards set for all students, the instruction that's accessible, to the assessments. Built on the assessments is the present level. From the present level, now we're able to determine the needs of the student. So the next piece in that educational benefit analysis is the identification of students' needs. Were they identified in assessments? We know in special education, a need is related to an assessment, an assessed need. Establishes identified needs that are based on the student's disability. We're looking at the whole child. Includes those special factors that Vanessa and I just talked about. And then again, English learner, we've identified ELD needs. It's part of this special factors component that allows us to really create an IEP that's going to be meaningful. And then the goals and objectives will be written for each identified need. Now, that doesn't mean that for every need you have a goal. There are some goals that can address multiple needs. What your charge is to create a connection. Why did I create this goal? Based on what need from the present levels, and was it identified in the assessment? If you can create that through line, you're gold. As opposed to, did I just click from a goal bank? It's not going to work, okay? So you have to have that thought process in why you're creating the goal and the way you're creating the goal, okay? And then there's the parent component. Questions that family members can ask around the identification of student needs, just to make sure that the family is on board, the family can be part of that development, and the transference of that information can also be applied in the home setting, which leads us to goals and objectives. So far, when we talk about educational benefit, there's assessments, there's the present level of performance based on the needs. On those needs, we're going to create the goals and objectives. So again, back to the Ed benefit chart. We have components of the goal. We have to have the by when, that's the date, who, the student, given what or under what conditions. At the start of today, we talked about those standards. What would it take for the students to meet those standards? What's needed in the instruction? That's your under what conditions. The student will meet the goal when given something. Or under what conditions will the student meet the goal? So we're creating the conditions, the accommodations, the under what conditions, you put that in the goal. What are they going to do? That's your expressive. That's your gray part of that color-coded. UDL, that's your action expression. What are they going to do? As measured by and at what mastery level. So now everything's coming back together that when we create those linguistically appropriate goals, we've already identified what the student needs. That should be reflected in the goal. We've already identified from the standard what standard we're aligning it to and what the student is going to do and how we're going to measure it. So this is the culmination, not only of goal writing, but of creating linguistically appropriate goals. So we talked about goals written in areas of need. They're measurable descriptions. That measurable piece is usually left out. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. When we talk about mastery level at 60%, 70%, we have to be really, really clear on how we're designing those goals so that we can truly progress monitor over the course of that year. And then, of course, goals and objectives are linguistically appropriate. We've considered ELD standards. We've considered ELD instructional models. And then, of course, for students 16 and older, transition plans, transition goals in the area of education, training, and employment, and independent living are also included. So what does that process look like? We review the progress in mastery and the goals in the previous IEP. That's your connection from year to year. We're not writing new IEPs every year. We are connecting IEPs across an educational career. With the PLAF, special factors, prioritized areas of need, then we start identifying age-appropriate expectations, going back to the Common Core and the ELD standards. Once you've chosen that standard, we showed you the process earlier today, determine how that skill deficit affects involvement and progress in general ed, determine the essential learning expectations, that comes out of that essential learning doc, and then include that clear, succinct language so that any teacher, if the student moves out of the school, out of the district, if their multidisciplinary team, their instructors change, they would still be able to hit the ground running with implementation of that goal. So I just want to give you an example. I love writing goals. I think it's the most creative part of creating the IEP. So one of the things as an administrator, I would look at IEPs, and when I saw that percentage of 60, 70, 80 over the course of the year, that was always a red flag for me. It was like, it's not a whole lot of progress. And the actual goals and objectives didn't change. It was just an increase in those percentages. What I always looked for, I might want to see that percentage or that level of mastery to stay the same, however, provide deeper level of support initially. Provide deeper accommodations. And then as you pull back over the course of the year, you're keeping the mastery high, but you're also increasing independence. So it could be given 2 or more summaries, select the one that best matches a familiar story, 80%. Given a familiar story, identify the essential elements and combine those elements into a summary, 80%. Given a story, identify how the feelings of 2 or more educators relate to the theme or text. So I'm looking more specifically at what the student's expected to do, creating deeper level of support, pulling back on that support, and getting more difficult in the actual application of the task, but keeping that percentage high. Okay, so just one way to think about that, under what conditions that you can play with across time. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin. He does such a great presentation on putting these things together, because we understand that linguistically appropriate goals and objectives is not an easy task. Putting together all of the information associated with the ELD standards, the Common Core State standards, understanding English language proficiency levels, as well as understanding the varied needs of our students given their English language proficiency needs and their disability needs. Every child is unique, and we started this session with reviewing just that and keeping that at the forefront of our mind of how unique students are. So as we consider linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, we do want to give you some time to process. So let's go back to the beginning, or the basics, if you will, as we started this session with a scenario of a student named Armando. Armando is a student who needs linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So again, to recap, linguistically appropriate goals and objectives are not ELD goals, but rather goals that are stemmed or related directly to the student's disability and needs as it relates from the disability, which then incorporate the ELD standards and the student's level of English language proficiency to then ensure that the goal itself is linguistically appropriate. So what do we need then to develop these linguistically appropriate goals and objectives? And that starts here with the baseline. Fully understanding where our students are today at the time of the development or leading into that IEP. And as Kevin reviewed, that's our starting point. We build upon skill, as all students have relative strengths in as much as relative weaknesses. So the more data that we have, and it can incorporate observational data as shared, data taken from summative and formative assessments, we're then able to truly know and understand our students, which includes also English language proficiency data. And yes, the ELPAC is yet one assessment tool that we use as a foundational tool for better understanding where the child is in relation to English language proficiency. We take that information also in conjunction with understanding what is your ELD adoption for your district. What are the assessments included based on English language development standards? What does that look like for the student in respect to how and how much time and where they are in designated ELD? We also consider primary language resources that have been utilized through that process as noted in the special factors. What were the primary language resources that the child need based on that student's respective English language proficiency level? As we bring this all together, we tie it in with the conditions and support needed to build and linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So as we consider conditions and supports, the does what, when given what does that look like? So when provided with perhaps assistive technology, accessibility resources, and tools, as reviewed accommodations. As we build upon those designated supports and accommodations that the child may need, we then again look at how we build that in. What will the student be expected to know and can do? At what mastery level? And how we build the supports to again ensure that the student has access from the onset and then to the assessment of that skill. So as we consider the various accessibility resources, perhaps assistive technology, whether you're working on goals that are developed given the alternate achievement Common Core standards, you're using the essential understandings, you're using the alternate LPAC, and you're using the connectors for the ELD standards, or again, you're using Common Core state standards as written and the ELD standards in conjunction, we think about all the skills that come into play. So here again is a long list of Armando. Given this is a fictitious student, it's giving you again a starting place where you might develop and think about what does your present levels of performance look like for the respective student whom you serve, who is an English learner with a disability. So here are some points to help orient you and guide you as you sharpen your lens into a practice. So when you think of Armando, this particular student, should he be in your caseload, in your classroom, a child with a summative LPAC level of 2, a student who has phonological processing needs, as again, given his unique disability, a specific learning disability, which we know can be a varied range of processing disorders and needs and gaps in academic achievement. So again, it's important, what is the present levels of performance of the child whom you serve? When we consider terms as comprehension is low, reading level is low, we know in special education we need to be exact. What does that truly mean? What does that look like in practice? Given the respective Common Core state standard, what does that mean and look like so that we can then build upon the skill? So we're considering again, what is that next standard that we're looking at? As you saw that spiral and those arrows that led into each other earlier, again, we're making those connections of where are we taking this child next to truly have access in the least restrictive environment so we could truly plant our feet and say this is FAPE for this child. So here this Armando is currently reading at a 3rd grade level. Specificity is key, with 80% accuracy in reading comprehension, text, when vocabulary is front-loaded, so when given, when provided with, using picture cards and or explain context, links in using speech to text, an accessibility tool that's necessary for Armando to be successful and to truly show what he knows. Given the opportunity to type, again, English phonemes at times are inconsistent. So how do we support that need? Here's a quick example. So we'll give you a couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes for you to read through this linguistically appropriate goal and goal as you see it here. Read the baseline, read the annual goal, consider, reflect, pause, and process. And do have a critical eye, my friends, because we can all see this through different lenses of how, again, we can assist and support Armando in this case. So as you look at his baseline and as you see the measurable annual goal, what's missing? We'd love to hear in the chat from your perspective as you write goals. Many of you probably write goals every single day as you have IEPs at different times. What's missing? What else could be added? Where did most of this information come from? Or where would you pull data and information from to ensure that your goals are linguistically appropriate? Feel free to share in the chat. We'd love to see just that waterfall of responses, reflections, and feel free to tell us some reflections, some wonderings, some questions. That's all very helpful to our practice as well as we assist and support you through this process.
Some of the comments are the baseline and the goal don't match up. And maybe add that he can measure this orally or in writing. Perhaps a different way to measure the goal.
So very important that the closer our baseline can be tightened up and related directly, again, we want to ensure that it's not about the quantity of what we have in the baseline, but that the quality of the baseline information directly connects to the skill that we see now and the skill that we hope to develop in that measurable annual goal. So as we consider students who are English language learners and have differing English language proficiency skills, we want to be clear, what is the student's level of English language proficiency in the baseline? That would be our starting point. And as we think of the respective domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing, oral skills, expressive and receptive skills, We can further then bring this baseline much closer and more concisely aligned so that we can develop an annual goal that truly assists the students with showing what the child knows and can do in this 1 year's time. We may also look at this particular goal and say, how can I sharpen it up further? Can I hone it so that, again, I'm focusing on a skill specifically now and then build other skills later? Do I have too much in this goal, perhaps? Is my expectation for this 1 year progress aligned and appropriate? Because as we know, as we develop measurable annual goals, we want to ensure that they're aligned and appropriate for the student to truly show success in 1 year's time. So we ask ourselves things like, did I write this goal too challenging or not challenging enough? So these are things that we contemplate as we consistently identify the varying needs of the students whom we're serving. So we have an opportunity for you to look at a Jamboard. And I say look at because this will truly be future work. We are absolutely acknowledging and recognizing that you have received tons of information today, that we have maybe asked you to shift your practice a little bit too much. And that's okay. Sometimes it's about having those collective conversations about where do I go next, shifting our thinking a little bit each time. So please do not feel like you're going to walk out of this session a pro. Writing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives tomorrow, it takes practice. It is a skill. We know that you utilize drop-down menus in IEP information systems. We know. And that's okay. But what we are asking you to do is that as you use goal banks, if that is your preferred mode, we understand. But we ask that as you do that, always look uniquely at who was the student that you're serving. What is your respective student's baseline? And then adjust that particular goal to meet the respective needs of your student as an individual, given that child's, again, needs as it relates from the disability, while then overlapping and including the English language proficiency level and the ELD standards. So we're not saying abandon ship completely from what you know to be true, but how do we use that to shift, shape, and mold to truly serve the students that we are entrusted to serve, to assist them with making progress and having the accessibility that they need, again, to be successful in the least restrictive environment while achieving the goals and meeting their respective needs. So this particular Jamboard, and we're going to drop the link into the chat box so that you have it. We're going to give you some time to pause and process. In the Jamboard, you will have a sample IEP goal formula when you're considering, again, those main criteria for developing a goal. By when, in what setting or context, as measured by, and then with which accuracy. So as you think of those prongs of writing your goal, of course, we're thinking about individual students. And we know that's hard to do when you're shown a scenario. But if you think again at the forefront, the basic prongs of how we develop goals and objectives, and we think about what's in the Jamboard, we're then taking into consideration, again, open that up, make a copy. I know people have often asked that, make a copy of the Jamboard, and then you'll have it forevermore. And why? Because we want this to be an active tool for you to engage with, to utilize with your collaborative partners, whether you sit on a grade level team, a site level team, a district team, perhaps your administrators joining today. Perhaps our favorite, you're a multidisciplinary team where EL specialists, general educators, and special educators are working together to ensure the development of improved practices for English learners and English learners with disabilities. So here are some examples, and they are found within the Jamboard at varying grade levels so that you can have, again, more examples of what this process looks like. What does a linguistically appropriate goal look like given different baselines and different needs? So as you look at these respective examples, it'll provide you with more tools as we hope to engage with you in a month's time from now, and we'll send you a Zoom link shortly in the next week or so, as we would hope to be able to debrief with you this activity. So if you will, a little bit of homework just for you. So as you look at, again, these examples, we would like you to pause and process. Oh, now I'm going the wrong way. Okay. To pause and process as you also have some scenarios. These particular, almost like playing cards, if you will, of varying scenarios, because we know that the practice is necessary. So you'll have about a month's time to practice, to review these examples, to practice as you look at scenarios related to these 4 students. And in that opportunity, again, we'd like to reconnect with you after that practice and give you an opportunity to share what your wonderings are at that time, what your reflections are at that time, and to give you some additional time to practice with us online. So with that, we're going to give you about 3 minutes to just pause and process this particular resource, make a little plan for yourself of who you're going to share it with. And maybe it's several individuals as you work together in a team to practice your goal writing skills that are linguistically and appropriate goals and objectives. Because what we hope that your takeaway today is that we acknowledge that writing a linguistically and appropriate goal isn't just checking the box to say that, yes, it's linguistically appropriate, but that it is truly linguistically appropriate. We've taken into consideration the individual needs of the student, given that child's English language proficiency level, the ELD standards, incorporation with the Common Core State standards, first starting with fully understanding what are the needs and skills of that child, given that child's respective disability. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over because I think we've given you some time. And while we're making this transition, continue to peruse the Jamboard. Thank you.
Close out this section on writing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. We just wanted to return again to the educational benefit chart. The questions for family members to ask, I just wanted to call out specifically. One of those questions, if my child is an English learner, does the goal include specific information about learning English along with other academic goals? And does the goal take into account the cultural knowledge and the experiences my child already has? So really, really good questions, not only for family members to ask, but also for IEP teams to consider in the development of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives and standards-aligned IEPs. Which brings us to the final section of the educational benefit chart. Yes, we finally made it. You probably noticed we didn't take a break at the half hour. So we're just gonna muscle through and finish up just a little bit early. So the services and supports for our project, the Supporting Inclusive Practices project, this is critical that we've collected all of the information and knowledge around the student through the assessments and through the information provided by multidisciplinary team members to arrive at this point in the development of the appropriate services and supports. And we have to remind ourselves that special education is not a place. Special education is the supports and services necessary in order for a student to be successful in the least restrictive environment. So when we get to the supports and services, this is the critical conversation to determine the level of inclusion, i.e. least restrictive environment, a student will have, or access to their typically developing peers. So when we talk about supports and services, we know that the educational benefit process builds on one stage to the next, from our assessments to our present levels, to the identification of the needs, to the goals and objectives that we just talked about, and then gathering all of that information to determine appropriate supports and services. They must be in alignment with LRE. They must support success in the least restrictive environment toward attainment of the goals and objectives. They're also structured in a way that promote independence for all students and allows the students to be educated with their typically developing peers. We've talked pretty much all day today about the importance of models, language models, behavior models, social emotional connections within the educational environment. It also includes the variety of formal and informal assessments. That comes from that first stage. And then the progress monitoring is critical to this process. So when we talk about educational benefit, foundationally is the progress monitoring component. Because if we don't progress monitor, we end up with a student who potentially has not made progress, has not reached or attained the goal that we could have changed the program in some way early on had we progress monitored. So educational benefit actually means that when the student is not making progress as designed or as expected, we change the IEP in some way. So this progress monitoring component could include that we change the goals and objectives. We change the supports and services in order to speed up that process. It's also based on student progress. IEP goals are adjusted, and that's what we were just talking about. The educational benefit component is really about that monitoring of the progress and then making adjustments as necessary. So we pulled out the offer of FAPE in educational setting page from SACE, and this is where that determination is made on the percentage of time a student is in the general education setting or having access to typically developing peers or not. Now, the critical piece to this too is we also have to have a rationale for why the student will not participate in the regular class or extracurricular non-academic activities because. So we have to have a rationale for a student not having a percentage of access. So this is your inclusion component. So just a quick definition of FAPE. I won't read the left-hand side of the page, but I'll give you a second to read because then there's 3 questions on the other side that are critical to answering this question around appropriate determination of least restrictive environment. So FAPE in the LRE. And the reflection questions, you'll notice from MCIE, that's the Maryland Coalition for Inclusive Education. We have to ask ourselves these questions. How have we tried to provide the services the student requires in the general education classroom? What educational and non-academic benefits would the student be missing out on by being removed from the general education classroom? And if removal is necessary, when will the student be included with their peers and when will the student return to the general education classrooms? What would that require? Because we're always working back to that general education placement, knowing through the research that inclusive environments are beneficial not only to students with disabilities, but also students without disabilities. So we have to shift our mindset. Students with disabilities are general education students first. So we have to be very careful of the language that we use when we call out or other students with disabilities. Not a place, but services and supports delivered in a particular setting. We have to ask, do our programs and decision-making align with post-secondary options for students? Because special education law states that students should be learning with typically developing peers to the greatest extent possible. And then it goes back to positive presumptions for all students. Because we're making decisions that impact positively or negatively students for the rest of their lives. And this is a resource from NCIE. It's placement of learning with placement of learners with disabilities in the least restrictive environment. This is on the Padlet. I think it's almost to the end of the right column that will be accessible forever. So we just have to ask ourselves a question too. Do we know the difference between inclusion, integration, and segregation, as well as exclusion? And really identifying and delineating what those differences are so that we're able to make those determinations for students with disabilities in the development of their IEPs. So enter in the chat the letter of the visual that represents inclusion. Now notice that the green dots are all students in general education. The multicolored dots are students who are on the margins. Students with disabilities, English language learners, etc. So which one, A, B, C, or D, represents inclusion? C? All right. So inclusion being C. How about integration? We got a B. Integration. This is where it gets a little dicey. B's? Okay, we got some B's. How about segregation? A, B, C, or D? We got a D. We got what? D's? Okay. So this gets a little confusing between the A and the D's. How about exclusion? A? A's and D's. All right. So we're going to watch a quick video called The Evolution of Inclusion. You may be familiar with Shelley Moore. She is from Canada and really at the forefront of all things inclusion. Okay, so here we go.
Welcome to 5 More Minutes, useful videos in 5 minutes or less that support the teaching and learning of all students. I'm your host, Shelley Moore. Today's topic is the evolution of inclusion. Okay, so you remember the dots? I know. I've shown you these before. But one colleague of mine suggested to me once, he goes, what if we didn't look at these as different concepts that we compare to each other, but instead as an evolution of time? It was totally brilliant. Now, we can look at this timeline through the lens of any marginalized population, but to understand this timeline from the inclusion and disability perspective, we have to go back in time a little bit. Many of us know or are connected to someone who experienced institutionalization. It was even recommended to families by doctors. Although British Columbia was the first province in Canada to close down their institutions, there are still individuals living in these conditions across Canada today. The institutionalization movement is an example of exclusion. It separated individuals with disabilities from their families without choice. But the disability rights movement over the past 50 years, with the hard work of some incredible self-advocates and families, and maybe a little help from Geraldo Rivera, pushed communities to shift so that individuals of all abilities were welcomed and living in the same settings as their family and friends. This shift from institutions to communities, this was the start of the inclusive evolution. We have movement, but can we do better? Although many individuals are no longer excluded from their families and communities, they were, and let's be honest, they still are, expected to attend segregated schools or self-contained special education programs that are totally separate from the rest of the school community. And so parents started to ask some very good questions. You see, children with disabilities have siblings without disabilities, and families wanted all their kids to have equitable access to community-based education together. Kids started to be integrated into classrooms with their peers. They're in math together. They're in gym class together. They're eating lunch together. Kids are together. This is better. The shift from segregated to integrated schools and classrooms, this is the next step in the evolution of inclusion. We have movement, but can we do better? Well, this is where things get tricky, because integration, it doesn't take long to realize that just being together, it's not enough. Although in the same classroom, students with disabilities are often just that. They're physically in the classroom. They may sometimes have parallel activities, but mostly it's loosely connected classroom tasks. Now, you don't need me to tell you that just physically sharing space and time is enough to make you feel like you belong in a community. I mean, come on, there are Disney movies made about this. Breathing the same air is not enough. Do you remember the Titans? I do. The evolution from integration to inclusion is now the topic of many conversations in communities and schools around the world. How do we support individuals to be meaningfully included and not just physically integrated? It's not just about where kids go in their day, but why. What is the purpose to the places that they go? It's now school-based teams and staff that are asking questions about how to do this. How can we support purposeful and meaningful placements for kids with disabilities? In inclusive classrooms and schools, students aren't just present, but they have roles and responsibilities in their classrooms and also meaningfully connecting to their peers. This is inclusion. So there you have it, my friends. A brief history of inclusion in about 5 minutes. If this is interesting to you, though, definitely investigate your local history as well, because every community is in a different place in this journey, and it's so valuable to know where we've come from. The other thing, though, is looking at these visuals as a timeline. It really helped me to shift my own thinking from which bubble am I at or not at, and shift to more about where are we now in our inclusive journey and what's our next step. All of a sudden, the goal of inclusion becomes action-oriented and just feels so much more possible. We may not all be at the same place in the journey, but we can all move forward. We can do better. And so this is the question I'm going to leave you with today. Can we still do better? Do you think there's another evolution in inclusion? What might that be? How can we inch even more forward to make inclusion even better? Thanks, Geraldo.
How'd you do on the test? I think from what I heard in the chat, in the room, you all did pretty well. Kind of okay. So that's a really good question. Can we do better? What is that next step from exclusion to segregation to integration to inclusion? What would it look like as a next step? Here's a hint. Understanding that all students have strengths, all students have differences, all students have needs. Integrating all students is where we address social justice. It's where we ensure students of marginalized populations are not over-identified or misidentified, especially our English learners with disabilities. Is it language acquisition? Is it language processing? Collecting the information that we've shared today helps to create that frame. So, looking at it from that social justice lens, we have to ensure that our educational environments are not rooted in equality or providing some students supports and services, others don't receive those supports. So what does it look like through a lens of equality? Everyone gets the same thing. Who's left out? What about equity? Providing students the supports and services that they need to access. But can we go further? What about liberation? Let's break down the barrier. Let's get rid of the wall and get into meaningful inclusion where all students have a sense of belonging, a sense of connectedness, a sense of representation within our educational system. And then finally, just what is inclusion? It is educational equity and access. It's not a dump and hope that a student will be successful. It's a sense of community and belonging, not general ed placement with a one-on-one untrained aide. It's educational benefit, not just mainstreaming, which begs the question, what's the difference between inclusion and mainstreaming? It's a good question. Sometimes we look at mainstreaming as inclusion. They're very different. Inclusion is having a home base in that general education classroom. Mainstreaming is a visitor in that classroom. It's a lacking of that sense of community and belonging, of place. It's independence and interdependence on our peers. It's not line of sight inclusion, where we're on the same playground together, but we're also segregated. It's the presumption of competence that all students can learn, not just for compliance sake. We're doing what's right by kids because it's right by kids. It's breaking down silos. It's not this idea of these kids are mine and these kids are yours. We all take responsibility. Then you know you've moved into meaningful, inclusive environments. So we have to ask, what is your definition of inclusion? Good question. Something to ponder. And then finally, supports and services questions that families can ask. So we just wanted to end this section, the final section, with family involvement, family engagement, all the way through the IEP process and keeping them informed, keeping them participatory, and utilizing their voice in designing and representing educational environments based on their children, their youth, young adults' needs.
Thank you, Kevin. Always amazing. I think we can all sit and reflect and probably have a whole entire day session on what inclusion is and isn't. And I think many times we come into this space and I want to take that slide and put it on a wall everywhere that I go as we think about how we collectively build this commitment in our project of equity and improving outcomes for English language learners and English learners with disabilities. We come to this place where we often, and if you've attended other sessions of ours, we often share collective commitment. Having that collective commitment together takes general educators and special educators alike to truly understand and see our students for who they are, and to work together to truly build inclusive practices in supporting all students together. Another way to help you in this process in building collective commitment and togetherness is also including, of course, our parent, guardians, and families. So here you see some tools to assist you with gathering data. The gathering data process has here for you an English learner parent questionnaire, helping us to better understand the student their respective family, and understanding where they come from and how to fully support our students. The more that we know, the more that we know. We can truly then develop systems and practices to support the individual child. The parent report and individual education program development form is also very important as we receive information from parents and families about where are we going next? What are your hopes and dreams? And that we incorporate all into including our IEP as we then come to, yes, I know compliance is a part. And some of the administrators are sitting back and saying, but I want the compliance piece. As we went through our session today, we reviewed many aspects of sharing and developing and accessing different resources in the development of ensuring linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. If you're ready to take the next journey, and perhaps this is given your respective role in this system and your multidisciplinary team, is to review IEPs, to review goals and objectives, present levels of performance, and all the pages of the IEP, this might be a resource for you. Because we know that the entry points differ given your respective roles and duties at your school site, COE, SELPA. So as we look at the IEP team checklist, your future work might be this: to take a random sampling of IEPs. And this checklist, although not exhaustive, does provide you with some critical aspects and points to determine, is this IEP in its entirety appropriate, culturally and linguistically appropriate, which includes IEP goals that are truly linguistically appropriate, determining if students' assessments from present levels to special factors, the use of supportive tools, and are they eligible given assessment tools that are culturally and linguistically appropriate, reliable, and comprehensive. So this might be a checklist again to support you in this journey. And with that, I think Kevin is going to take the next few slides as we piece it all together once more.
And this is just a bookend. This is the educational benefit chart that you're now familiar with. And it's what we started the day with. And we just wanted to bookend the educational benefit chart as the frame for how the presentation was developed, beginning with the standards, the ELD standards, the Common Core standards, the instruction, the comprehensive ELD models, along with universal design for learning, and then that through line through IEP development, collecting the assessment information, building on the present levels of performance, identifying the needs, using the needs and all of the information that we've collected in determination of linguistically appropriate goals, and then developing those supports and services through a mindset of least restrictive environment and inclusion in general education classrooms, and setting up the structures, the policies, and the practices so that educators can make that happen meaningfully, not just that dump and hope that we talked about. And then, of course, the family connection. So, Lupita, you.
Thanks, Kevin. So as we round the corner, folks, we recognize that we've given you a lot to think about, a lot to review, a lot to process. And we appreciate that from you. We appreciate you, your stick it with itness. I totally made that up. Simply because we understand how all of these parts play a critical role in developing not only instruction that is accessible and meaningful for all of our learners, particularly our English learners with disabilities, and your role, your respective role in contributing to that. Because it does take a team. One of our hashtags is collective commitment, and we stand true to that. We know and understand that because working with students, working with English learners, working with English learners with disabilities is complex, and that all of the pieces designed to help support that are complex as well. And for some of us, some of these resources are new. Some of these resources are not new, but to some degree, perhaps not as readily available to you. And so with that, I want you to consider who in your sphere of influence, in your office, in your department, in your site, might you reach out to and lean on to help bring all of those resources and knowledge together for the sole purpose of making our instructional program, our services more accessible, more effective for our students who absolutely deserve to have the very best And it is our role, our responsibility to be able to prepare ourselves, to plan accordingly, to use all the resources that are available to us, become familiar with them, and also work with each other to be able to do that. So on that note, folks, please know that we are here to help you in any way that we absolutely can. If you haven't visited our website, we'll drop it in the chat and give you an opportunity to peruse it. We encourage you to take a look at our previous professional development modules that we've prepared. Many of them touch on the topics that we discussed today, as well as the resources that we shared with you today. So perhaps you could take a look at them at your leisure, or kind of see what we have available and give yourself some time to continue to learn. And on that note, we want to be able to give you some time to drop in the chat perhaps a new learning, a takeaway from today, and a wondering, some things to think about for yourself or for us. We do have, on that note, we do have a link to some feedback, a feedback form. We absolutely want and appreciate your feedback on today's content and resources, because just like you, we aim to continue to grow and improve and be of service to you in helping address the needs of our English learners and English learners with disabilities. So on that note, I want to remind you that we are here to help and support you. So please take some time to visit us at our website, Improving Outcomes for English Learners at the IC SELPA. And also you be very open to emailing us. If you email us at this email here, improvingoutcomes_EL_SWD@ICOE.org, it's a direct email to myself, Debbie, and Vanessa. So if you have specific questions that you want to field to us, we're here to help and support you. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Debbie. And Kevin, come on up here so we can
Come on
say.
up, Kevin, really quickly, because I'd love to see the waterfall in the chat, because we don't often get the opportunity to join esteemed. I say he's famous. The opportunity to work and collaborate with Kevin has just been amazing. So on behalf of our team, we thank you, Kevin. We
Thank you so
truly
much.
appreciate your input and expertise. Some of you have been watching his work for years. I know I did.
I have.
Many years ago, probably
I'm that
15
old.
years ago. So am I. We were talking about writing goals on triplicate paper. If that was
Back in
you,
the day.
say hi in the chat box, because we remember what that was like as well. So thank you again to all of our Zoom participants, and of course our participants live here locally with us in Imperial County. Thank you so much. We hope that you engage with us in future sessions as we all collectively commit ourselves to improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. Thank you so much, and Lupita and I will stay in the chat box for another 15 minutes in case you have any last reflections and or wonderings. Thank you and stay well.